Shucks. Okay, so I've turned on local recording. I could kick myself for it. I hope it's not going to slow down your system, Indy. It was an accident.
That's all right. If it does, I'll have to turn off my video. Potentially.
I was in such a hurry to click yes to start that it happened. I didn't even put on the stuff, you know, the pre and the. So anyway, we're really rolling. Big love, namaste to those that are joining us. We are gathered here today. Sounds like a sermon, doesn't it? To discuss the turning of great wheels and take a look at how things work in terms of, you know, the archetypes and the cycles. Let me get to the center of this thing. I like being in the center. Call me fussy if you will. Go on, do it. I dare you. I dare you to do it. So yeah, there we go. That's much more better. I seem like I'm more in the center. Don't like being left or right. It's like I always tend to hang a little more too much to the left, as a lot of you guys do. I'm trying to get that central good dangling effect going on here. So yeah, I mean, we've got a cool discussion. Namaste, our tuition. I hope you're well. I hope you are smiling. As always, we've got the agreesome threesome ready to climb some treesome. And I'll just go around in a circle the way people arrived here. We've got Indy Sage here. He does a lot of shadow work. He helps people with integrating shadows. But he's at heart many things, fingers in lots of pies. He's an anthropologist. He's a researcher. He's also a Taoist. Well, at least he's got a lot of his fingers in Taoism. And not that she's a bad lass to have your fingers in. And Western mysticism and shamanic practices as well. So he's quite like around the board, and he's just a lovely brother. He wears a shirt sometimes, and not often though. Not often. What is that on your neck, by the way?
I'm wearing a shirt. It's on my neck. I think you're muted somehow, but yeah, you are. You're muted.
I was just telling YouTube algorithms to just check this out because he's not naked. He is wearing a top. He is wearing a shirt or a t-shirt. It's just not worn conventionally. But what is convention? So it's the thought that counts, right?
Yeah.
So we've also got Cosmic here. Cosmic is like John Dee without a crystal ball, in a sense. He's got a relationship with the Fae, the elemental kingdom. And he's been building this relationship for many years, and they've been slipping him a little bit of insider information, and he's been using that insider information that he's been getting slipped by them on the lowdown to build a system of correspondences and language and an entire cult system. So between the two of them and myself, I'm a shaman and come from a lot of diverse backgrounds of the occult, just lots of time, lots of practice. I was an esotericist when I was very young, and then an occultist, and then I became a mystic. Then I became a shaman. So got those feathers in the cap somewhere. So yeah, before we get cranking, do please tell us a little bit about yourselves. Indy, big love, man. Welcome. It's an honor to be here.
Thanks. It's an honor for myself as well. Big love to you. And to everybody out here in Cosmic and everybody viewing out there today, appreciate all y'all. And yeah, as Franklin mentioned, I am deeply versed in ancient philosophical Taoism. It's been something I've really nurtured for about 26 years now, starting in the year 2000, when a good friend of mine turned me on to it. And it's really resonated with me from the beginning and just gone deeper into my heart ever since. Now, in addition to ancient philosophical Taoism and shamanism, I also am a deep ecologist. And deep ecology is a feminist movement of integration with Mother Nature, which kind of spirals out from the Taoism themes and vibes that I carry with me and kind of brings it into a different spectrum of demographics where people can kind of come on board in less of a mystical way, but more into a scientific understanding of how nature can benefit us through naturopathic remedy consultation that I provide, and through self-mastery practices in that not only help with physiological things, but also as a side effect, also help with mental and emotional stability and well-being, as well as spiritual ascension. So it's all kind of wrapped together in a beautiful bundle as I kind of weave the golden tapestry in my workings. Some of the things that I've been working on recently is going back to my life work of developing an integration towards the language of the birds, where I'm trying to create a codex of languages that will be able to establish a way for us to integrate our alphabetical systems in different Eastern characters like kanji and pictographic and hieroglyphic systems of language that can all be kind of restored back to their common roots. And it will also provide a way for people to look at the codex of languages and see the comparative notes on what's the first letter of each alphabet or system, and are there any connections between various cultures and such. So it's been a beautiful undertaking, part of which is being done for a process that I'm doing to create a language that will possibly be used in fictional writings that I'm doing. Kind of like we had J.R. Tolkien and Gene Roddenberry create their own languages in The Lord of the Rings and Star Trek and other various science fiction writings and media, that I'm trying to work towards a similar endeavor myself. And in addition to that, I've got, oh, that cacao looks mighty good. And I love me some cacao. Anandamines and theobromines. They're just so blissful. And so in addition to my language work that I've been doing, I also work towards quantum physics. And I've been trying to correspond with Nassim Haramein and Michio Kaku, and also Randall Carlson with Cosmogonia University that he's just started this week. If anybody's interested in that, it's $45 a month, and they're doing worldwide field trips to various sites around the world, where they're exploring geology and astronomy and mythos of the archaeological megalithic ruins around the world. So some of the work that I do with quantum physics is regarding my theory that, or postulate that I'm working on, called the bundled ether postulate, which suggests that matter and energy themselves are actually composed of bundled ether, which is also known as the vacuum of outer space, which is not just empty nothingness. It's thought to be the fabric that allows all things to hold their place in our cosmos. And from my postulate, I suggest that this fabric can be bundled and wrapped around itself, which is now unraveling and unfolding as matter and energy as they return back to the event horizon of black holes, that from when it then expands from their poles and returns back to source, unraveling back to ether from which it came. So this is a lovely journey that I've taken through some great insights and guidance from many spiritual masters and guides that have guided me towards the wisdom of this. And I'm going to pass the mic on to Cosmic. Special thanks to anybody out there that's new to the show, that's been guided in by me today or yesterday, last night at the dance club. So big ups to everybody out there, and passing the mic to Cosmic.
Well, thank you, Indy. And like Franklin mentioned earlier, I've been working with the Fae for probably like 7 or more years, maybe my whole life. I'm not totally sure. It's kind of one of those things where it's like they've been around all along, but you haven't really noticed it kind of things. Anyway, really it's just like it's kind of a very basic idea, and that it's kind of like it's all bubble magic essentially. You understand the universe and everything around you as a kind of a network or matrix of a sort of an infinite number of experience bubbles called Zerfaxes. And by doing this, it's like I've been able to, like, the Fae basically taught me how to like measure consciousness and sort of measure like the difference of consciousness based upon how many dimensions of Zerfaxes a being can perceive. And what I've been doing recently is I'm kind of working on what's called the solid Zarfaxes and mapping them out. And each of the physical universes that exist, and depending upon the sentient levels of those physical universes, what kind of laws of physics are created, what's technically possible. And I've been able to kind of like chart that out. It's been, it's been really interesting because I kind of noted, and I think with the quantum thing, it's really interesting because I've been thinking about like the sentience of particles and stuff like that. And I've been thinking about how in quantum physics that every like particle or sort of set has a sort of like potentials that haven't been manifested yet. Sort of like the Schrodinger's cat idea that the cat's alive and dead at the same time. But then when the observer kind of comes in and, messes with the experiment, the cat's either alive or dead. Because I realized that consciousness in the brain sort of works in a similar way. But instead of looking at it in a sort of deterministic model where it's just, random chance and probabilities, it seems that the quantum realm, with its sort of being able to choose between different probability states, that to me suggests more of like an organic, like proto-organism type consciousness sort of going on in, physical matter as it will. And it's been interesting how looking at like physics from this kind of biological lens as opposed to a mechanistic one, it's like it opens up so many different like avenues and possibilities within quantum physics that the stupid materialist quantum physicists haven't implemented yet. And I'm not even like really big, pro or anti-woo, but I always just kind of feel like materialism just really holds back science. Because the more I've been thinking about it lately, materialism isn't scientific at all. It's this other thing that communists and Marxists basically added on to science and we think is this rational thing, but in actuality, it's not. I was like, I don't know. Well, that's what I've been exploring with the Fae lately, and they've been showing me just because really it's all been just about like mapping out the extra dimensional spaces that exist outside of our realm and understanding where we exist in that like outer context. So yeah, that's kind of like what I'm about and what I've been working on. And also with this magic system, you use magic and spell work, and these Zerfaxes also apply to that. So I don't know. It's been interesting.
Yeah, when I think of materialism, it makes me think of, how can I put it, the number 2 of physics, right? Because it's like a constipated way of thinking. And it leads to rather solid chunks of thought that can block up the proverbial pipes, as it were. I got a 9-year-old, he does it all the time. Well, he used to, until I trained him to drink more water. Drink more water if you're suffering from constipation. And what is water like energetically, right? So water is like reprogramming potential. Water is new energy, new information. Drinking more water is bringing in more new information to unclog the pipes to prevent constipation. Constipation of thought and constipation of, the movements. The movements. Dun, 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 dun. Beethoven's movement number 2. The symphony that just keeps going, So I think you're bang on the ball money there, Cosmic, balls to the wall, as I've heard it said before. And I want to say welcome to everybody. Welcome, everybody. How you all doing? Who we got here? We got Art Tuition. We got Carly. We've got Hollowbone Hawk. Hey, sweetheart. I meant to catch up with you before the show. You're right. Computer wars. Oh, my gosh. All I can say is somebody needs to get hold of whoever created Microsoft and send a bullet to the head. That's all I'm going to say. The proverbial head of Microsoft, the AI that controls your computer, it needs an AI bullet to the head. I think the only way to use Windows is to hack Windows. So I now have decided my boy's got it right. He's learning to write Python. He's 9 and he's learning to write Python, code. Well, this is his mission now. He wants to create viruses. And I was like, that's what I need to do. I need to create a virus for Windows that just stops Windows from interfering with my hardware and my software, because it keeps changing the drivers for my display drivers. And my AMD graphics doesn't like it. It doesn't like it at all. And then Windows goes and puts in its driver, and AMD is like, no. And now I can't. I'm having a hard time. That's all I'm going to say. Okay. And Windows updating, it's really hard to completely get rid of it. I think I've figured out the final crossing of the T's and dotting of the I's. You got to go in through your system's back doors inside the system to figure out how to disable Windows. But even so, it still does it. Don't ask me how. I had disabled everything for Windows being able to update, and I caught her sending an update to my machine just 2 days ago. And since then, I've been having shutdowns. And so, yeah, Windows. But getting back to the topic at large, and I think there is a relevant topic. And I was also saying welcome to everybody else that has joined. We've got Vince here. We've got Khalees. Yes, we got Carly. We've also got who else is here? Let me make this a bit larger. Cody. Hello, Cody. How are you doing? I hope you are well. Hope you've been coding happily. Who else is there? I think that's all. Everybody that's been in the chat for now. Welcome to everybody else that's watching. So, esoteric understandings of the great wheel and its cycles. So how did I get inspired with this thought? I didn't know what the topic was going to be yesterday. And last night I was thinking I should really find what is the universe asking us to talk about? And I was like, I know, I'll sleep on it. So I slept on it. And I woke up today, and in my state of waking up, I had these downloads forming. Other people call them dreams. I don't normally dream conventionally. I just get downloads when I'm waking up, just like my brain's just pooling information from somewhere. And it was all about how the number 18 fits into the number 36 twice, fits into the number 72 4 times, and fits into the number 108 6 times. And I was like, yeah, that is a good piece of information. Today's number is, what is the date today? Okay, so last night I was thinking we were going to talk about potassium, right? Which we will be talking about potassium. You see, it's the 18th today. 18 is the mystic number of 19 manifesting. 19 manifesting is potassium. Potassium's number is 19, but potassium, which is the sun, but potassium's mystic number is 18. Now, 18 is two revolutions of the enneagram. And we'll get down to that. And when you get to 18, you have gone from 1 to 9 to 10 to 90, and you are then going to 100. So that's quite interesting. You're moving from 90 to 100. And I thought that was quite relevant, because that is the point where you are moving from 99 to 100. And that 99 is related to 9 plus 9, which is 18. So these numbers were rummaging through my head, and that made me think we have to talk about this wheel, the 72 quinets of the astrological wheel, as they relate to the yugas and the 108 elements within a cycle, as they relate to the 72 quinets and the 72 5-degree angulation points in the astrological wheel, which each has an angel ruling over it. And I thought, this is interesting. So today, that number 18 is also interesting, because the 18 plus the 7, right? The 18 plus the 7 of July makes for 25. And the 25 plus the 26, which is 20 plus 26, which is 46, right? If you can follow this. So the 46 plus 25 makes for 71. And 71 is the mystic number of 72. 71 is bring us back to Saturn, bring us back to the Saturn sigil. So all of these ideas were just like into my brain like an unfolding crystal of possibility this morning. And I thought, oh, wow, that's got to be the topic, as abstract as that sounds. So how does that relate to the understanding of the great wheel and its cycles? I think it's like really important that we look at these great cycles, because obviously we're going to be talking about the solstice points in the wheel, right? We're also going to be talking about the seasons, and we're also going to be talking about the 4 elements, how these 4 elements pack into the 4 seasons. And when we start looking at that, we're going to be looking at the 4 different aspects of creation, the 4 worlds, if you will, the 3 more subtle worlds, and the 4th more physically realized world that we think we're in, due to what Cosmic was talking about earlier. You know, this disease of materialism. They've got us thinking that we're living in one world. Well, we're living in 3 different worlds, and those 3 worlds coalesce, and the coalescing effects becomes this physical reality that we're living in. Yeah, man, Vince, virus of the crown, man. Tell me about it. There ain't no virus monger like the queen. And it's interesting that you mention that, because it does sort of come back to like how we've been ruled. Has astrology been used as a template and a tool to control the cycles by those in power? And I just thought that'd be an interesting place to start from. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I love that. That sounds great. And I wanted to add something about the topic today. I'm gonna pull a rune stone here, and looks like today we have the rune stone of flow. This here rune stone that I've picked represents the water, sea, and a fertility source. And so as far as the great wheel goes, I'd like to mention, in relevance to this rune stone, that as the great wheels of life turn in their cycles, we see that life emerged from the sea. Not only that life came from the liquid sea of the earth, but that life came from the primordial source mind sea of the mind, from which all things have been created in the material plane. And as a reflection of that on the surface of our world, the liquid sea of the oceans from which life sprang on this planet, arguably, life came from that place, and then the blue-green algae was thought to have created the ozone layer for our atmosphere to enable life to come out of the sea. And it is thought that before plants even had developed to become trees, the sharks and the cephalopods, which are octopuses and squids and nautiluses and such, cuttlefish, in their primitive stages, had already begun in the sea before life had begun to emerge onto the surface world. And as life climbed out of the sea, the isopods being some of the first creatures in the animal kingdom to come out of the sea onto the land, particularly the centipedes, that life came not only onto land, but some of that life forms that came from the sea onto land then returned back to the sea. Particularly the ones that I mentioned and I'm referring to are the aquatic mammals. The first of which to have returned back to the sea were the Sirenians, who are the manatees and dugongs from Southeast Asia. Also, there were the stellar sea cows, which are now extinct. They were hunted into extinction, unfortunately, but they were a larger version of the manatee that actually would go out further into the deep sea. And after the Sirenians and that was 50 million years ago, the cetaceans, which are notably the whales, dolphins, and porpoises, came back into the sea from the land 40 million years ago. And they have recently found the ancestor of the cetaceans on land, and what its appearance was when they thought they had found an ancient horse fossil. But it turned out that Parakeetus, the ancestor of the cetaceans, actually had individual hoofs on each one of its toes, having 5 phalanges or toes on each foot, being a creature that walked on all fours. And instead of having 2 hooves on the bottom of its legs, it had 5 individual hoofs on each of its toes, and it had a very large head with an ear that would allow it to hear underwater. So at this point, it was kind of a amphibious type of mammal before it had gone back to the sea, being capable of hearing in the water and on land. And so after the cetaceans, the next ones to return back to the sea among the aquatic mammals were the pinnipeds, who their relative on land is the bear. And the bear and the pinnipeds, who are the seals and walruses and sea lions and sea leopards and such, their transitionary fossil that has been found is called the pugila. The pugila was like a kind of amphibious badger-like creature that ties back to the ancestry of the bear on land and then returned back to the sea, developing into the pinnipeds that we see today that sleep on the beaches at night and swim in the sea at day. Because unlike the cetaceans, who can actually sleep with half of their brain at a time, the pinnipeds have not yet developed that capability because they've only been back in the sea for half as long as the cetaceans, 20 million years. So interestingly, I have been working with the works of Alistair Hardy, who was passed down to his wife, Elaine Morgan, a work that's also shared by Desmond Morris with the naked ape theory. But Elaine Morgan's theory has been labeled and noted as being the aquatic ape theory, which some of you have possibly come across and heard of. But basically, it's thought that our ancestors of the hominids actually returned back to the sea at some point in our ancestry, as far back as 4 million years ago. So that's only 1/10 as long as the cetaceans and only 1/5 as long as the pinnipeds. And basically, it's thought that we are now missing a coat of fur and have a more pronounced cranium and larger brain because our ancestors went back to feed on seafood, which fish is said to be brain food, rich in omega-3s, from which the brain is built upon. And there's a lot of other features that actually tie us to the aquatic mammals as well, that humans have all of the features of, particularly adipose tissue or subcutaneous fat, or also known as blubber, which we are the only terrestrial mammal to have blubber besides I think we're probably the only one as far as I know. And we also have an arrangement in our trachea and esophagus where we can choke on our food. And passageways to our breathing and the passageways to our stomach are actually mixed, which allows us to then, as in aquatic habitation, be able to learn how to breathe through our ears initially, or be able to clear out pressure from like changes in altitudes by so-called popping your ears. Eventually, that kind of a transition could lead to having a porthole on the back, as it did with the cetaceans, being able to breathe out of the ears initially, and then being able to breathe from the back instead of from the front, to be able to maintain a view of the water below without having to turn and look up to be able to breathe. So that's just a couple of the features. I could go on for a long time. Another one that I just quickly would mention would be the fact that humans, 1 out of 1,000 humans, have syndactyly and polydactyly, which means extra fingers and toes and webbed fingers and toes. So it's pretty interesting that we have those things. And also giantism is another thing that could come from being in the sea. So these features that we have are thought to have been tied to our ancestry having returned to the ocean as part of the great cycles of life in the great wheel. That not only did we come from the ocean initially, then return back to the sea, but we may be the first to have come back out of the sea a second time. And it was most likely our ancestors that did this, who may very well be a breakaway civilization of transdimensional beings, with various ancestral races, up to 42 to potentially 72 different ancestral races that are known to some as the Fae, various races of angels and gods and demigods, or some refer to them potentially as the star seeds, or races of what some could call aliens, but I like to refer to them as the sky people or transdimensional beings, because there's a good chance that as they developed and became extremely developed with cognitive capabilities and mental acuity and memory and extrasensory perception and telepathic capabilities and the various clairs, their brain was thought to have become elongated in the elongated skull, and housed their much larger brain that allowed them to create high technology that's integrated with Mother Nature, which is markedly different than the technology humanity has been trying to create through mechanized industrialization ever since the Industrial Revolution began about 200 years ago, as we're trying to kind of catch up to the inspiration that we've had from being influenced by the angels and the gods, or the Fae, or our ancestral races, or what have you. So basically, there's a very interesting interplay that goes on there, but it's thought that we were created as a hybrid species, and this is in the mythos of Mesopotamia in their creation story, that we were actually created as from the gods and the goddesses, as one side of the story, along with the wild terrestrial hominids that had a very limited cranial capacity, where their actual cranium did not really go up from the brow, but actually went almost straight back, which we see in the Java man, which was thought to have gone back as far as 1.5 million years old ago, as being a fossil found in Java in Southeast Asia, that ties us back to an ancestor that has developed from our common ancestor with the Neanderthals and the Denisovans, known as Homo heidelbergensis. So it's thought that since there was a wild terrestrial hominid on the plains that was more able-bodied, the aquatic ancestral races were very feeble-bodied after having come from the sea and not developed their strength on land, and needed to create a hybrid species, being us, from merging with the terrestrial hominids, but giving them greater capabilities of mind and allowing us to have somewhere in the middle road between being very simple-minded and brutalistic, animalistic creatures of the land, and very deeply advanced and sophisticated creatures from the sea, so that we were in a place where they created us in high civilization, where we didn't learn the instincts of thriving in the sea or the instincts of living wild on the terrestrial habitat, but we learned first to live in high civilization as the servants of very highly developed beings. And so when we were exiled, and as is told in the story of Babylon, where language confusion was seeded to our human race, and the various 72 tribes of mankind were exiled out from Mesopotamia and sent out to live in the badlands of the wilderness for their first time in their existence, that we were not well prepared to be able to have capabilities of coping mechanisms and means of sustenance to live out in the wilderness at that point. And we have struggled ever since that time to come to terms with our relationship with Mother Nature, and have come into a place of escapism where we have gravitated back towards the comforts of technology and shelter that are more advanced, that have been influenced to us by high civilization from which we were created. So this kind of ideation ties in a lot of different understandings through biblical creation stories, Mesopotamian creation stories, anthropological findings, and various other zoological comparison of notes between similar creatures that have gone through similar transitions. But I just wanted to mention that that's part of the life work that I'm endeavoring to work on and bring to authorship as a nonfiction educational resource for people that are interested in exploring the possibilities of our lost ancestry. And I feel like if we can learn where we're from and how things began, then we can understand where we're going. And I think part of that journey is that we are still in the inception of our greatness and going through the birth pains of our birth into becoming a creature that is able to not only have very strong mind and body and spirit, but also has the capabilities to be able to use our deeper connection and understanding with the spiritual connection that we have in our mind and heart to be able to manifest deep mystical connections with primordial source mind, to be able to potentially allow us to harbor some influences on the world around us, in our own planet and throughout the entire cosmos, by integrating the deeper, higher consciousness aspect that's accessible to us all, by going into the heart space through self-mastery and transmutation of the darkness of inner turmoil into the light of self-love and self-forgiveness, that we can then use to bring us all together in this journey where we're starting to make progress towards coming to terms with our integration with our creator of Mother Nature, and bringing forth with that our deeper connection that we have compared to a lot of other animals, with our connection to the Heavenly Father as well. So I feel like Source Mind, Heavenly Father, and source root of matter, Mother Earth, are part and parcel that bring us to a place where we can guide our whole world into a place of heavenly union amongst not only our species, but our integration with the Mother Nature and our ability to be pastoral and look over and take care of, bring harmony and balance to the natural world around us as we move away from our fallen ways of mere survival through a struggle and come into a way where we're actually coming into thrival through integration, first with our inner selves, then with one another, and then back to Mother Nature as well. So our wheels of cycling that we're going through are bringing us into a beautiful time right now where we're coming away from the fallen patriarchal ages collapse, and we're returning back to building the foundation of a sustainable world and society that's built on the rebirth of the sacred golden matriarchal age that was there before the supposed beginning of time, when the fallen patriarchy changed our history from the initial her story that was lost and covered up and hidden away. But that her story of the great matriarchal age of the golden time of humanity was thought to have extended for hundreds of thousands of years since our inception. But only within the last 8,000 to 10,000 years have we been able to become in the state that we're at now, where we have become eventually fallen in the fallen patriarchal society that we live in now, that was prophesied by Kabbalah, the Hopis, Hermes, and many other cultures as well. So I don't want to go on too long about this. I probably already have a little bit, but thank you for letting me go into this spiel and just expressing this to the audience. Maybe we can get a little feedback if anybody's interested in getting some clarifications.
Big love, brother. Namaste. We've also got Mooney in the house. We've also got Chaya. If I've missed you, I'm sorry. I actually thought I'd accidentally deleted Chaya's message just then because it was gone. Just trying to see like what's Chaya. I remember there's 2 letters there. Is it the 2 H's or 2 Y's? I remember there was 2 letters somewhere. Obviously, she had to put in a second letter to get the
2 H's.
Yeah. And Mooney, welcome to Mooney. Lovely to have everybody here. Yeah, you know, these things you say are interesting because they do sort of pertain to potentially very ancient times. You know, I think when I look at this, I think I'm like, oh, I've run out of cocoa. I think when I consider these cosmic ages, to me it makes the most sense that the earth wasn't here, right? The earth was elsewhere. Makes the most sense to me, because these massive dragon, dinosaurs, whatever we want to call these ancient creatures, I don't think they were here while the earth was here. It just doesn't make sense to me, right?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Makes much more likely that we were somewhere else. And we do know that there are moving planets migrating from the Sagittarius cluster, right? Through the Milky Way. The Milky Way is like a highway. There's a reason why we call it the Milky Way, because it's the way, right? It's the way that things travel. What is it? Is it Scorpio that's swallowing up Sagittarius? I forget. There's one galaxy, there's one system swallowing up another system. And the system that's swallowing up another system, it's not galaxies, it's systems. Let me get this right. Produces a draft that can cause planets to come here. That's like a really interesting concept. That the same way that nature, that molecules will break down so that other things can grow out of what was before. Like a plant will use the resources that was part of a different animal after the microbes have eaten it up and turned it into its elemental properties, which the other microbes can trade with the plant for exhumes of sugars from the sun. And that plant can take those minerals and add it into its carbon base that it takes out of the atmosphere to build other molecules, which is interesting. So the same elements that was in an animal's body will at another point be in a plant's body, will at some point be in a fruit's body that is eaten by a herbivore, right? That at some point gets eaten again by a carnivore to end up back in the carnivore's body. And so the cycle goes. Why should galaxies be exempt? Why should systems within our galaxy be exempt, right? It makes perfect sense that these are living systems. And so they would all follow by the same divine principles. So, yeah, makes me think that there was a time when the Earth was elsewhere. Maybe the Earth was much bigger. Maybe the Earth was part of a bigger planet. Maybe the stories that we get about Tiamat and certain interpretations of them might be more accurate than we believe. That Earth came from a different system, arrived here many millions of years ago, and thawed, fell into alignment with the sun, reactivated all the life, right? Because that's what happens, and became a living system once more. And then beings came here because there were resources here that they needed or wanted. And, the rest is part of our ancient history. And if that were the case, according to those stories, Tiamat was a watery planet. And it specifically speaks about dragons. Tiamat was a watery planet. It was way bigger than Earth, much bigger. It had a very low gravitational field and a very small atmospheric bubble. And it was covered in water. And it was gigantic dragons that inhabited this planet. And so if this planet was indeed destroyed through a collision with, according to the old stories, how Tiamat got it in its web and pulled it across from the heavens in its web, and they butted heads, and Tiamat went off, crushed, crumbled into pieces. That could literally be an astronomical thing that we're observing. And that would explain the hammered bracelet, why it was considered in the ancient times that the hammered bracelet was indeed part of the remnants of Tiamat, and that some of that was floating around, and the Earth was potentially a part of that. In fact, that's what the story says. The original story dictates that there are writings about Alleluia, right? And how he, after being disposed, had spent time trying to learn of where the other parts of Tiamat were. Because if he could find that, he could find the gold that they needed to fix the planet. And that was a big story, was the political. I mean, why else would they give you quite an in-depth story about Tiamat and such an in-depth story about Nibiru, where they speak about the political houses in Nibiru? They speak about which kings reigned and the succession of king reigns, and how Anu had sent people off and how they had arrived here. I mean, it stands to reason that if we are indeed a part of that planet, then our ancient history would have been a race of dragons. So that could be why we've got that reptile part of us, because we would have part of that ancient DNA, which was exclusively living in waters. Well, a lot of it living in waters. Makes me think, because, how could a dragon as big as some of the dinosaurs that we see walk across the ground these days? I don't think they could easily support their own body mass. Right? If they one trip or one fall, and that's the end of it. Right?
Yeah.
So, like, just think about that for a moment. Like, that's part of a design flaw. If they ever got into a fight with another animal and they fell over, that's the end of it. You know? I mean, even an elephant. If a horse rolls over, it no longer will survive, huh? Horses commit sewage pipes by rolling over because of the big size of the horse. Elephants, if an elephant rolls over, I think they've got to be careful. Now, elephants are tiny compared to the creatures we're talking about. So if they lay down on the floor to sleep and they lay wrong, they might not survive. Like, just think about it. It's a crazy thought. But if the gravity was different and they were living in the water, well, that would make total sense. So it does seem that we've got to ask a lot of questions about why there are so many fossils of really huge things that we can't account for. But these cycles, I think there's validity to a story you're telling about us having an aquatic history, because it does seem to make sense, doesn't it? You know, we do have those little web digits, and we do have a lot of stories in the past of floods, which is ironic that the biggest traumas we've had have been with water. Almost like there's something chasing us, you know, some ancient legacy chasing humanity, like on our heels. And it's almost like the place where we came from is a place that exterminates us, almost, you know, almost, but not quite, because we were survivors. And that's quite an interesting point, is that it's mentioned as well in the stories of the floods that some survived the flood. And makes you wonder, like, how did some survive the flood? Like, you've got these tribes of people that live today on the water. Where is that? You know what I'm talking about, Indy?
Yeah, in
live
Southeast
on the
Asia,
water.
there's tribes that live out at sea most of their lives and live off of boats and go in and fish with nets and return back to their boats and sleep in their boats and spend a lot of their time at sea, just swimming
They've
around.
got
And
like houseboat frames. They've got
yeah,
like a little village that they build.
yep. And their kids spend a lot of time at sea when they're like very young. And it's thought that babies can actually go back and swim before they learn to walk and speak. They can swim instinctually. And if you throw a baby into like a pool or a body of water, it will already know, without being taught anything, how to turn belly up and breathe air, and then turn and then face down into the water and swim, and then do the same thing and go belly up to be able to breathe air again on their own, which is phenomenal, which is something that we don't see with other mammals. Most mammals are ready to just jump out and climb or run immediately after birth, whereas humans can't even lift their head for the first couple months, but we can swim. And it seems like our instincts and our physiology is built for being born in the water, even in the state that we're in now, which is fascinating. But I wanted to mention also the fact that we have a long nose is also indicative of aquatic ancestry, because most of the primates that we're thought to be connected with in our ancestry don't have a long nose, except for the proboscis monkey, which is thought to have also had semi-aquatic ancestry, because if we have this nose that covers our nostrils, it keeps water from washing into our nostrils when we try to swim with our face down to be able to see where we're going in the water and underwater. So that's another one of the features that we have that ties us to aquatic ancestry. And I also wanted to mention David Talbot made the story of the electric universe and suggested in his story that Earth was likely to have orbited around Jupiter and Saturn initially, at which point there was much larger beings with way bigger eyes in light sensitivity because we lived in more of an infrared light environment where they were brown dwarf stars with dim light. And they actually, according to David Talbot, allowed the plant life to thrive phenomenally and have more darker hues like red and purples, where they thrived at a greater extent than they do now, that it's thought that we got swept away from Jupiter and Saturn when the sun and potentially the binary star, which is known as Nibiru in ancient Sumeria and Mesopotamian stories. Also, the Hopis refer to the binary star or the dark star as Kachina Red. And they suggested that there's a planet or satellite that orbits around it. Satellite being the name of a celestial body in astronomy, not a technology, but that they thought that really there's potentially a binary star, but basically when the sun swept us up away from Jupiter and Saturn, at which point they became diminished from brown dwarf stars to the state that they're in now, where they actually show remnants of being a brown dwarf star. Like Saturn, for example, emits microwave frequencies from its pole. So they do still emit electromagnetic frequencies from the gas giants. And there's a good sign that they were stars because of their composition. They have a lot of hydrogen and helium. So, and most of their form is gaseous, being the gas giants, whereas the actual material orb within those planets is very small and diminished and very notably minuscule as compared to the gas giant spheres, for lack of a better word, that surround those material orbs inside of those gas giant planets. So basically, it's thought that this allowed during those times in a different phase that we were in, much greater animals to live on the surface with a different pressure system, which was much lower than the pressure system that we have now, and that the UV radiation was significantly reduced. So it was more of a harmonic time for the surface life on the world and the ocean life. And it's thought to have explained why there were able to be giant, like car-sized dragonflies and arthropods that were able to fly in the skies at such large sizes without imploding and their exoskeletons being crushed like the pressure system that we have now. It's thought that maybe what happened was, according to the story of Tiamat becoming crushed, and that his upper waters came and crashed into us, that potentially along with the upper waters and the outgassing that they may have released from the tectonic activity that they conjured up through the cataclysm, that they brought more water and created a greater atmosphere on our world, which created more pressure. And it's thought that before that we had a smaller atmosphere with less pressure, which allowed things to become bigger. And there's a lot of information that really ties in with this idea from David Talbot with the Electric Universe that suggests that, like Franklin said, there was a time where things were very different than the world we're familiar now with. And basically, this whole transition is part of the great wheel and its cycles of life here, as things come into different phases and become broken down and then rebuilt into new phases. Something we see on many levels. So thank you for mentioning all that, Franklin. That was lovely weave.
Big love, brother. What do you think, Cosmic? I noticed you've been sitting there with your sandwich.
I don't know. There's been a lot of topics that have been covered, but I guess I could share something I've been working on because I think it's kind of relevant to the conversation here. But so I just kind of want to show what I've been sort of working on. I got this little diagram here. I'll have to explain it because it's probably not going to make sense on first step. But this is something I've been studying to kind of like. I have it in the queue, if you can pull that up, this image. All right, so basically, these are essentially maps of what I call the solid Zarfexes, right? And each one of these, let me see if I'm going to zoom in on this a little bit just to make it a little more clear for you guys. Yeah, something a little more like this. So this is essentially each one of these. This is called a Zerfax. And this is the Zerfax that essentially represents physical matter. So the idea is the higher the number, the more potentialities that kind of exist and the more conscious the matter is. So I kind of calculated that we're probably in this Zerfax here because I've noticed that. So the way this basically is set up is that with each Zarfex, the self is essentially comprised of 4 Zerfax nodes of perception. And with each Zarfex kind of goes to the right, it gets more and more conscious. And notice, like, let me move this a little bit just so you can see that. Notice here, this is what's known as a primordial solid Zarfex, and very little conscious activity is sort of happening within here. And so you're developing the first node of perception. It hasn't been fully developed yet. And each one of these different Zerfax numbers, it gets more and more saturated until it goes through basically up to here, which is where it gets fully complete. Now, this 25, think of it like a percentage. So it's like 25% consciousness, and then full self-awareness is like 100. So then when you go over to this side, notice that this node, the Kith node, which is your 5 sense perception, that's saturated. And in this Zarfex, the Zith node is starting to develop, which is like your imagination, astral plane, alternate dimensions, etc. Now, the reason I brought this up and I thought it was relevant is because you guys are talking about like, different worlds and different like giants and dragons and different stuff like that. I've realized that when the Zerfax count gets higher, certain types of organisms that can like fly, teleport, telekinesis have a higher probability, are easier to implement at these sort of higher levels. So if I go over to here, these are like sort of the higher level solid Zarfexes here. And at this point, in this Zarfex, basically your thoughts you can think something and it essentially becomes real. And then at this level, the Zerfax is so saturated with consciousness, it's barely physical at all. And then once you go beyond this threshold, you get to the fluid Zarfexes. So I guess the point I make here is that if you think about, this is how it made sense. So if you think about like people who are skeptical, and they would basically be in this range. So like atheists, materialists, because basically that, the Zith node is barely, manifested here. They're like, oh, well, there's barely any evidence of consciousness and psychic phenomenon, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas over here, you have the Zith node is almost fully saturated. So something like psychokinesis, levitation are possible within this. Now, these numbers here represent the ratio of consciousness in the physical realm. But if you zoom out a little bit, you notice that there's also these numbers in this purple section. These numbers represent the sentient level in the indeterminate zone in relation to the area. So for example, this part of the Zerfax, so we all exist in this physical Zerfax right here, but depending upon what you believe in the indeterminate zone, you could be basically anywhere on this map based on the type of Zerfites and stuff. So the way I see, when you guys talk about, there was a time where Earth had ocean, there was a time where, people were, apes, were aquatic apes, or there were dragons existing. It seems that like these types of universes they're talking about, well, I'm skeptical of them existing over here. It seems possible that they exist over here. So I think that it's a more plausible theory. Instead of saying that these entities come from other planets, I think of them more as coming from alternate Earths and alternate universes through kind of dimensional intersections via magic, portals, etc. Because even though our psychic potential is kind of low, it's still possible to manifest. And this number basically represents a sort of a range of frequency. So you were talking earlier, Indy, about how like sort of space is sort of like a fabric. There's like a space that leads to it. Like there's the speed of light, et cetera, et cetera. And that's basically kind of contained within this range, because the thing is, if the number goes too far beyond 34, basically the Feser-Fax collapses. So the Zarfix kind of maintains it and keeps it within that area. And I don't know, I guess I kind of lost my train of thought, but so I think based on this chart and this analysis, and so I also, one more thing I wanted to mention is that this is also based on sort of like, so basically if I take this count right here, say elemental count times 3.47, and then I multiply that times 34, I get 118 elements, which is basically what Google says is basically the maximum number of elements that exist in the universe. So if you go to a different Feser-Fax, you have a higher level of elements that can be implemented, and thus consciousness can play with more forms. And so something like a dragon in our universe might be unstable to exist due to the way the physics works in our universe. It would just kind of collapse. But if you have a universe where there's higher atomic counts and a different speed of light, then more types of novel physical phenomenon then become possible. But the idea is that this is all within the different physical realm, but in the indeterminate zone, which is the astral plane, you basically have access to all these realms in the astral plane. But in the physical realm, you're basically only here. And that's kind of the idea I've been thinking about. So based on all of this, I think that all this stuff you're talking about in terms of dragons, sort of alternate Earths that we lived in, alternate lifestyles, I see these less as interplanetary, explorations and more beings entering our world via dimensional intersections and sort of alternate Earths, if you will. And I also basically calculated this to be the speed of light. So basically 34 times 5,470 goes into 186,000 miles per hour, which is the speed of light. And then and basically based on the type of speed of light that you have, that also kind of like, so basically the idea is the more conscious a universe becomes, the more elements that it can implement, and the higher the speed of light you can sort of create in your universe. This would be akin to being somebody who drives a car at a certain speed, but when you get too fast, you have a hard time steering the car and you're unstable. But if you're more conscious and you're like an expert race car driver, you can then travel at faster speeds with less risk of your car crashing into the side wall. And the idea is with physics and stuff, the same kind of implementation here. And this is kind of what I'm talking about, like basically taking physics and looking at it more like an organism as opposed to a machine. And so basically these past several days, I've been just studying this chart that I created and just kind of figuring out all the implications that go with it.
That's quite interesting. And I agree, I think what we're looking at as systems and planets, they might not be what they seem. Like we might look at the heavens and think that is what we're seeing, but I think that there are a lot of questions that we haven't answered. Even the speed of light that you mentioned, like I don't know how accurate that is. I don't know whether light's actually moving. Some part of me thinks that light is the one thing that doesn't move, and that it's everything else that's moving, which is like a interesting concept. Like light is the one thing that is real. Everything else is just moving towards through past light. And even that movement, well, we had this discussion, didn't we, on another live, like that's supposed to be the speed of light in a vacuum, which doesn't exist anywhere. What's the difference? What's the speed of light through water? Speed of light through water. I wonder how much of a difference. So that's 140 miles, 140,000 miles per second, 140,000 miles per second, right? Speed of light, miles per second. So how much of a difference are we talking about? So the speed of light in a vacuum is supposedly 186,000 miles per second. But the speed of light through water is 140,000 miles per second. That's like quite a big difference, And the speed of light through the air is miles per second. Per second. Otherwise, we start getting into one of those. Is 186,000 miles per second. So it's like really, really interesting,
I think what's also interesting, you just mentioned that now, because when I looked at the speed of light for basically the lowest Feezer-Fax in our Zarfax, it is around 144,000 miles per second. So in a lot of ways, our Zarfax represents a multitude of potentials that we as conscious beings can access. So I look at the speed of light not as a specific constant, but just kind of like, it's kind of like when you're driving on the road, you're going at a speed limit. Like, let's say the speed limit is 50 miles per hour. You're not exactly at 50 miles per hour. You might be a little bit over 50 miles an hour. You might be a little bit under, but you try to kind of get to that point. Like there's a sort of like a consistency around that area. So I'd say maybe it's like, that's like the average speed of light. That's kind of like what it is at a default. But then when it interacts with other phenomenon, then it changes.
Yeah. It's very interesting. But I do agree that I think that what we're looking at isn't necessarily just, we tend to anthropomorphize and think that everything we're looking at is as per what we know. And we don't realize that what we're seeing out there, another planet, might be a whole nother Zerfax, what you call another Zerfax. We see the heavens, we see a planetary system. What we might be looking at is somewhere where the laws of physics are different. Somewhere where the subquantum space operates in a different way, that there's different densities involved, that there's different speeds of light. Like we're measuring the speed of light from Earth, right? Maybe when you measure the speed of light from another planet where there's different laws of play, different Zerfax, the speed of light is completely different. And so if you could measure the speed of light from other places, you might get completely different numbers. And so I wonder, all of these ideas like makes me think like definitely there's a lot that we don't know, that our physics just doesn't know. Like Schrodinger would be rolling around in his cat's grave if he heard what we did with his work. Even Neil Borg would finally see eye to eye in like ganging up on us. But even though they were like supposedly at odds with each other back in the day, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Is that how it goes? But yeah, I do think that there's definitely a lot of interesting things to consider. And even when we look at our shorter cycles, what are we looking at? Like, for example, the length of a day has changed in our lives, right? You guys aware of this? Have you guys looked into this? Cosmic, Indy, are you guys aware of this?
What was it again?
The length of our day has changed in our lifetime.
Tell me more. Has it gotten longer?
It's like milliseconds or something.
Yeah.
But it's changed.
I have heard
It's
about
changed.
this.
That's just in our lifetimes. And our lifetimes is like, when you look at the scale of like the earth, like our lifetime is like a little, we talk millions of years, billions of years. Well, what is 30 years of 40 years, 50 years, whatever, in that scale of time? It's nothing, right? Like compare 50 years to like 10 billion years, or, you know, and suddenly you've got like a whole nother scale of time that we can't even. And if the length of our day has changed measurably in our lifetimes, what has it done in the last 500 years? What has it done in the last 5,000 years? What has it done in 50,000 years? What has it done in 500,000 years, or 5 million years, or 500 million, or 5 billion years? What has it done in like 50 billion years? So when we start to calculate these big, vast potentials, and those milliseconds, they start adding up. They start adding up, they start subtracting down, and they start creating a very, very different paradigm to what we think we know. And so, like, what is the rate of time, and how relevant is time when we move? And this is sort of like when Einstein's talking about, you know, the movement of space, the movement through space. This is how they thought that they disproved ether, right? They did this ridiculous exercise with two mirrors. Yeah. They had a floating mirror and another mirror, and they reckon that because there wasn't a delay or a displacement in the reflection of the light, that ether can't exist because of movement and light, right? But what they didn't consider was, it's always been considered that light is in motion, instead of that light just is the presence of energy. And, you know, like if you're on a moving train, it sometimes looks like the platform's moving, right? Well, we're on a moving train, and we're looking at light, and we're like, oh, the light, look at it, it's obviously moving. But is the light really moving, or is the train moving? And I think, like, when we start to stretch our minds to these things, and oh, by the way, big love to you guys, Tomru and everybody else. Our own sun is a satellite. It travels to in an orbital path, and its planets too. The sun itself loops and spirals and cycles too. Nothing is outside the great cycle within. Yeah, absolutely. The whole thing is in like a flux of movement. And I think like that's like really, no big spiders on your rock. Snakes are chilling with you instead. Nice. The large arachnid friends count as food for your snake friends. Do they eat the spiders, dude? I didn't know snakes ate spiders. Well, I mean, yeah, it makes sense they would, I suppose, if you think about it. But yeah, you know, and everybody else in the chat, namaste. If I haven't seen you, if I haven't said hello, if I haven't noticed, D Love, welcome, blessings. There you go. There's another person I missed. How are you doing, D Love? So I think, like, you know, just changing gears a little bit, looking, you know, at our cosmic cycles and going more into the symbolic, you know, which is probably going to like fit pretty good with cosmic's bubble ideas. I was looking at your bubble ideas. I was making myself another cup of cocoa, and I was trying to look at your images on my phone. That's good. It's an addiction. It's an addiction. I noticed, Indy, you haven't been cranking up the old pipe, hey?
No, I haven't been smoking weed much lately. I'm a real lightweight now, and when I try to smoke weed, it just makes me pass out and fall to sleep, and then wake up and have like binge eating episodes, and I can't stop eating and sleeping. So it's like making me useless. But it is really helpful before bed for me, and it helps me go into like stages where I can get back into lucid dreaming, and go back into writing articles more when I do it occasionally, and it helps create the better juices of innovation in my mind for coming up with material for my blog page. And it also helps me come into somehow, I'm not sure how this works, but either like the night of having smoked, maybe I dream again and remember it, or maybe the day after that. I think there's some kind of a interplay that goes on where the smoking kind of makes me slower minded and less able to remember my dreams, but then my body is able to like bounce back from it and then be faster minded after it comes out of my system, and then more capable of remembering my dreams. So if there's some kind of strange interplay there, I'm still trying to figure out exactly how it plays out. But it's also really important for me to smoke before bed, for my joint health and for like my hair growth and stuff. It really helps my body in so many ways to like stay younger and more supple. So I'm really trying to like bring it in whenever I can to do it, like a before bed kind of thing. Unfortunately, I'm not that much fun anymore to use recreationally with at this stage, but maybe gonna try to like make my tolerance a little higher so that I could hang in there a little better, or come up with
No,
some
dude,
kind
don't change
of
anything.
yeah.
You just, it's the wrong strain. That's all. But as soon as you're in a place where you can grow your own, you can grow Durban poison. And I'm telling you that all that nonsense will be finished, because it's one of the few true 100% pure sativas left on the planet. And those are uplifting. They don't make you tired. They don't make you sleep. In fact, you'll be mowing the lawn and doing gardening and stuff, and writing blogs. But yeah, man, I think it's healthier not to smoke a lot, because it's your lungs are like, the lungs are quite important. Aren't they? Yeah, the good old fashioned lungs. And it's okay to smoke, and it's okay to take time out and to not smoke as well. Like, I don't really smoke much anymore. I think there's a fallacy about cannabis stopping you from remembering your dreams, by the way. I think it's a lie, because it's a half truth, and a half truth is as good as a lie. I don't think that it stops you from remembering your dreams. I think it stops you from dreaming. I think there's a big difference. And because dreaming happens when you are like above 1 hertz, right? In fact, maybe even sleeping in that bandwidth where you dream, you're not getting the deepest sleep available. In order to go into that really, really deep sleep, you have to go beyond dreaming. And that deep sleep is what rejuvenates your body. And so I think cannabis helps you to slip into a deeper sleep quicker, and you spend more time in that deep, deep, deep sleep that actually is more rejuvenating for the body physically. And that would explain why hair grows faster. Does that make sense? Because your body's getting more energetic replacement. And I don't think that it stops you from remembering dreams. I think you just bypass dreams altogether.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I've heard that actually when smoking weed, it actually allows you to have a dream state while you're in the waking state, so that your body can kind of process the subconscious mind while you're awake, and then no longer needs to process that in the dream state. So it gives me a deeper sleep, more rejuvenating ability to recuperate myself during those deep sleeps for my body and my mind and spirit and stuff too. So that's actually wonderful insight that you've brought to us there. And also, I think the same could go for other entheogenic compounds to create that same faculty, particularly with psilocybin, which has been found to allow people to get younger with age and to build greater empathy and courage from those experiences, which actually help bolster the spirit and the emotional body as well. So some great stuff there.
Yeah, brother. As a South African, like growing up in Cape Town, cannabis was a staple, right? It's just something everybody did. Like, your parents did it, your friends did it. Hell, even some of your teachers did it. It's a Cape Town, man. Everybody used to smoke. And it was because it's like it's freely available. It's like it grows everywhere. You throw your seeds in the garden, and before you know it, you've got cannabis plants. You have to pull them out if you don't want to get busted by the cops, because you didn't even plant them. They just came by themselves, You were just rolling a spliff and throwing the seeds out of your hand, and up come all these weed plants. So, when you live in an environment like that, everybody's got like a plant in the garden here or there, hidden away, tucked between the plants. So it's something that like I smoked a lot of, and I noticed like, when I smoked, and I smoked a lot, like when we were young, when we were teenagers, bloody hell. Like I could see us smoking less than half a pound in a day. Right? Like we for half a dozen of us to smoke a half a pound in a day, we'd have to be smoking quite a lot, much more than usual. But we could rack up close to half a pound. Like 5 or 6 teenagers, just to think on that level. This is what we're talking about. Like when you grow up in a country where the stuff's freely available, readily available, cheap, and really good quality available as well. Because we always had Durban poison has always been here. We've always had these super strains. The rest of the world just didn't have super strains, and suddenly they discovered super strains and started growing them in California and playing with them. And then we were like, okay, so you guys are now on par with us. This is what we've always had. Like we always had the good stuff. Yeah, like Durban poison, Rooibart, some of the super Swazi strains. We always had this. It was just part of our normal what we got. But and with Africa not being so well policed, it was easy to get it across borders. So people used to go and fetch big Hessian sacks of it. I knew loads of people. They go over and they come back with big Hessian sacks, like big sacks. I'm talking like 20 kilo sacks weed. Just go for a drive and come back with 20 kilo bag of weed. And a lot of people used to do it. So you can imagine how freely the stuff was available, But I do think that, being what I could then consider to be what would that make me? A veteran of cannabis, because, I smoked my first kilo before I was 18. I smoked my first kilo long before I was 18,
That's big time.
And then the kilos racked up fast. So, but by the time I was 19 or 20, I knew exactly what a kilo looked like. I could eyeball a kilo and go, that must be about a kilo, just by looking at it. I never ever dealt it, but like, it was common to see a kilo of weed. Like, okay, that's like, it's a shopping bag full of weed.
That's
so
a lot.
I could just like grab weed and throw it on, and that must be about a kilo, if because we used to buy it by like the pound,
Pretty good. Yeah.
So, you know what I'm saying? As teenagers, because it was cheap. It was cheap, dude. It was really cheap. It was everywhere. It was you could just get it everywhere. So yeah, I noticed this sleep story when I was really young, and I observed it and I worked with it. And I think like what you're saying makes a lot of sense about it being that we're dreaming while we're awake, because this is something when I worked with meditation extensively, and that's why it's good that you're not smoking, because I spent a lot of my adult life not smoking, right? Which is really healthy. And then when you do smoke, you decide, well, I'm going to smoke for 6 months, but I'm going to smoke like 5 pounds. You give yourself a 6-month, 5-pound limit. You smoke your 5 pounds out, and when you're done smoking your 5 pounds, you don't smoke again, just to remember what it was like, remember what you're missing, and enjoy it, and then write it off again. But I do think that when it comes to the cosmic cycles and our brains and our evolution, the fact that we've got these what do they call them? We've got these centers in the brain where these molecules can attach to, right? So it's like our brain was designed to use THC, right? So this is an ancient thing. I wonder if it's got to do with our ancient diet. Does that make sense? Maybe we used to actually eat THC like in some ancient time. Maybe cannabis was part of our diet, because why else would we have the receptors? That's the word. Why else would we have the receptors for THC and CBD? right? And those receptors didn't just suddenly pop up from nowhere. The brain has infrastructure for this specifically. So there's definitely a very ancient connection. And I think when it comes to cycles, like what we eat now and what we've eaten in the past is obviously not the same. And maybe what we're talking about with cosmic is when we go through different cycles, and we move through different places and we evolve with the planet as the planet evolves through different cycles, then maybe there were times when the planet moved and we couldn't survive in the air and we had to go into the water, right? And because the biosphere was changing so fast, we were changing with it and we were evolving back into the water. Then the planet got to another place and settled down and got like reestablished, right? And we were able to, start to adapt. So I wouldn't be surprised, if the laws of physics have been pliable at times. And this would sort of also explain a lot of our ancient stories, right? With all these mythic beings and the humans' ability to use different kinds of technologies, psychic technologies. And for example, the golden age of the ancient times, when human beings didn't have to speak and we used telepathy. How much have we changed? How much have we evolved in modern times? And what does that mean for us, So when I think of the cycles, I think of like the 12 sign zodiac around the earth at the moment that we're in now. And I've noticed, and this I think is really important, there seems to be this narrative that's being pushed that there wasn't a 12 sign zodiac, that it was a new invention. This is crazy, like idea that some youngsters have been pushing. And that it was all just a 13 cycle. And I'm like, dudes, have you not looked at the archaeology? Have you not looked at the oldest calendars on Earth? 12. The oldest calendars on Earth, they're all unanimously 12. There are no ancient calendars for 13, right? None. They just don't exist. But you can take a look here in South Africa, where I am, is a calendar which is it 12 or 13,000 years old? And it's 12. That's the Adam's calendar. It's 12. 12 signs of the zodiac. And we've got loads of these going all the way back thousands of years. And they all seem to reiterate the same idea. So I think like the 13 moon cycle and the 13-month year was a different thing that was used for different purposes. Like that's more of a spiritual calendar, I think. I don't think it has to do with the physical calendar that we're using today, which is the 12-based calendar, which is like really about resource. I think calendars were invented largely for resource, right? So that you could be in tune with the resource. For example, like, this is when you plant your seeds, right? And this is when you must be ready to start looking at your crops, because you're going to need to crop your crops because the solstice is coming. And between the solstices, there would be a particular time to sow your seeds. And so you would have a system that you could teach your children, that they could look and see when that star comes over that horizon at that time of day, then you need to start looking at your soil, preparing your soil. Oh, right. Yeah. You got to make sure that your soil is like this. And you got to go and put some potassium into the soil, give it time to like break down. And then you got to plant your seeds at a later time when the soil has become conditioned, which is when that star comes over that horizon. And then you must know that when it comes to that star coming over that horizon, you must go and prune all the plants, right? Very important. Because if you don't prune the plants, you don't maximize your yield. And so I think all these knowledge of farming was an ancient part of our heritage. And so like this isn't a new thing. So when all these young TikTokers and YouTube short people come and say, oh, the Romans invented the 12-month calendar and they brainwashed us with it in the last 1,000 years. And come on, dudes, you guys got to try a little harder than that. I mean, I'm not saying that we weren't brainwashed. I'm not saying that astrology wasn't being used to manipulate us, because it certainly was. Yeah, brother.
If you look actually back at the Jewish calendar has always had 7 leap years that have 13 months, and it added 13th month. And then in that cycle, they have, amidst the 7 years that they have that, there's another adjacent 12 standard years that have 12 months. So they go back and forth between the 12-year cycle and the 13-month year cycle. But there's a different proportion of those types of years. So the leap years, there are fewer of, almost half as many, but a little bit more than half as many of the 13-month years to make it all round out, to be able to account for the leap year, where I think it's kind of a lot different than the leap year coordination that we have in our calendar now. But basically, there's a 19-year cycle in which there are 7 of those years that do have 13 months in the year. So it's said that, like, in a 13-month year, that there are 28 days in each month. And I don't know if that's true with the Jewish calendar as well, but that was true with the international fixed calendar that they tried to impose, like, in the early to mid 1900s, but it was rejected. But that calendar is also seen to be part of the Mayan calendar, but I think that might be a newer version of the Mayan calendar, maybe not the ancient one. I'm not sure, but the Jewish one does seem to be fairly ancient. But of course, it's a different coordination of the frequency of the 12 and 13-month years. So I'm not exactly sure if they actually just add on another whole month, or if they shorten the days of each month to make it be 13 months. But that's something to look into with this. But I also wanted to mention that's also similarly related to this, that the moon is thought to be causing Earth's rotation to slow down over time, which directly makes our days longer. And tidal friction transfers some of our rotational energy to the moon, pushing about 1.5 inches further away each year. So I guess the moon or the Earth, I guess either the Earth's rotation or the moon is distancing itself by 3.8 centimeters or 1.5 inches further away each year, which adds 1 to 2 milliseconds to the length of an Earth day every century. So it's a very small amount, but there's a gradual amount of lengthening of our days because the moon is slowing the rotation of the Earth.
You know, that's really interesting point. And I'll show you what I'm talking about here. I mean, I'm not saying that they don't use a 13-month, but I think, you know how we use octave for music, right?
Yeah.
But octave has got 7 notes. But it's called octave. Why is it called octave? Well, the first note starts again. The first the note that begins right now is calculated as the beginning of the next cycle, which is added to the cycle. We call it the octave, because that's signifying that it's a perennial cycle of notes. But actually, there are only 7 notes in the octave cycle, if that makes sense, and 5 semitones. So when we look at that idea, we can see that originally there was only 4 months, right? So the pre-Babylonian, there were only 4 months of the year that were actually, the 13th month was added on as an extra month. So notice here, they repeated Adar. Does that make sense? So there's still only 12 months, but they're adding 2 of the same month on there. And so that's the Babylonian calendar that changed. So if we go back here and we look at this, then here we can see, we can literally see that these are the ancient 12 months of the calendar, right? But Adar was repeated. They make sense? So they literally repeated 1 month twice in order to facilitate that. And that was to do with calculating the moon. I think that was to do with calculating the moon and the moon's movement with the earth and the sun, which makes perfect sense, because you would want to have your calendars calibrating both the lunar and the solar cycles. But there was still only 12 months. Does it make sense? There were still 12 solar zodiac systems, star systems, even in those ancient times that they were basically using. So it's just really interesting, you know.
That's a good
so the 13th leap month would be called Adar 2. You see?
Yeah, and they had a different name. We say leap year, but their actual name was the pregnant year, were the 13-month years.
Yes,
and they called it the Shana Me'uberet, the pregnant year.
And Adar was pregnant with the next year, as the next chunk of cycles. But it's just really interesting that now we've got this sort of new age community trying to change everything, right? The same as like you've got these cranks out there trying to say that which part of the states is it? Mississippi. Is it Mississippi state? Just let me check. Mississippi has black soil and ibis birds. I think it's Mississippi state. And yes. So like I was having this conversation with Ronan, and bless him, Ronan got pregnant. He had a baby. He couldn't handle the conversation. He got pregnant and had a baby, and all you know, a hissy fit, and all the toys fell out of the cot. And I was like, dude, you need a bib. Bless him. But because he was saying that ancient Egypt was in Mississippi, and that everything else is just a big grand psyop, and Egypt was never in Africa. And then I went and showed him the hieroglyph for the ibis, right? And I showed him that, yes, they have that type of bird, but notice that there's two different breeds of birds. The breed of bird that they have in Mississippi is not the same breed of bird. Look at the color on the wings. Look at the black on the wings, and look at the light colors on the wings. There's two different kinds of ibis birds. And that is the ibis bird that comes from Africa, that is localized between Ethiopia specifically and Egypt. The ibis bird from America has a different wing. Look at it. That's the different. And look at the legs, and look at the beak color. Two different birds, but the same species. And as for the black soil that they have, look at the part of Mississippi that's got the black soil, which is what he was using as his reference guides for his evidence. And I pointed out, go and look at the historical calendar of Africa and notice that that black soil goes all the way down from Egypt. Okay, there's been certain changes in climate warming and change over the last few centuries. But if you go back and you look, it's recorded that black soil patch went all the way through Ethiopia, all the way down the band of Africa, right down to the north of South Africa, where Adam's calendar is. And you'll notice that wherever that black band of soil goes, they have hieroglyphics that look very similar to ancient Egyptian in their ancient local dialects. And I mean, that's like smoking gun. I'm sorry, you know? And so I pointed out some of these facts to him and said to him, like, you can't believe all the conspiracy theories that you hear on TikTok, bro. You need to think outside of the box. You really need to think for yourself. Yeah, there might be a few convenient pieces of evidence that can hold the narrative that you want to hold. But I think, like, don't get me wrong. We know they've been playing with our history, and we know that they've been lying to us, and we know that they've been trying to manipulate us and change our perspectives and change our knowledge, but like at the same time, it comes a point where you throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? And not everything that you're going to come across is going to be totally off the hook. Namaste, Tracy. How are you doing? I hope you're well. Hope you're happy. You read a while ago that it allows us 11 extra seconds to manifest before the regular time begins. And welcome, dear Howard. I hope you guys are well. So yeah, I think like there's definitely a lot that we can learn by looking into our histories, and there is a lot of changed histories, and there's a lot of hidden information. Oh, the other one is that they quickly went and built all the pyramids in Egypt. This is another one that Ronan was pushing. Oh my gosh. They quickly went and built all the pyramids in Egypt, and they're all fake, false pyramids that were quickly built in the last 90 years. Apparently Hebrew, the language Hebrew was invented in the 1900s. It never existed before the 1900s. And, there are all these conspiracy theories out there. And what they are trying to do is they're trying to undermine our history, right? Because people don't want us to look into the roots of Paleo-Hebrew. They don't want us to understand it's Phoenician. They don't want us to recognize that Phoenician is the basis of ancient Greek, right? It's the basis of all of our languages in Europe. They don't want us to look back to that, because if we look back to that Phoenician, we got to understand that that comes from hieroglyphics. And that's going to cause us to start asking questions about what's the true source of the Kabbalah, right? And they've got a narrative that the Kabbalah was invented by the Jews, which is once again one of those myths. So, there's a lot of myths out there. There's a lot of stuff that's been poured into our brains, which is wrong. And so when we find the lies, our natural instinct is to say everything's lies. But what they've done is they've cleverly taken truths and hidden lies in the truth, right? So they're not serving you up a plate of dog crud. No. They're serving you up a chocolate souffle with little blims of dog crud hidden in the souffle. You find the flavor bombs while you eat the chocolate. You didn't expect them, because if they served you a plate of dog crud, you wouldn't even think about eating it. So the way they get you to eat the dog crud is by serving it in a carefully, textured chocolate ice cream sauce that you would never be able to identify the dog crud until after you've eaten it, and you go like, "Oh, that doesn't feel right." And I think like this is a typical thing that we're all sort of being forced to acknowledge. Nicole, namaste. How are you doing? Rodney Letzman, namaste. How are you? I hope you guys are well. Hope you guys are all thriving and smiling and taking it easy, but not too easy. Just easy enough to get a little bit of squeezy. So, yeah, you wanted to say something, dear brother.
Yeah, there's actually a name I've been looking for that I finally found. The name for the 13-year month, or the pregnant year, is also referred to as, in addition to Shana Me'uberet, or the pregnant year, also referred to as the embolismic years. So there are 7 embolismic years in the 19-year cycle. And I think embolismic, to me, ties into etymology with embolism, which is like a blood clot that gets stuck in the heart or brain, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So interestingly, there's a tie-in with that being connected to the pregnant year, which is quite mysterious to me. But that word is quite fascinating to me, embolismic. For whatever reason, is fascinating. But the interplay of the numbers is fascinating as well. Like 12 months years. That's magical right there. And 12 is a magical number to the Hebrew people. They had the 12 tribes of Israel, the 12 different zodiac signs, the 12 different months of the year that they had, and they used the same month twice to make the 13th, but they had 12 established months. And then there's like the 144 are the 144,000, which is like comes from 12 times 12. So like the 144,000 chosen ones refers to a number that comes from 12,000 members of each of the 12 tribes. But also 72 is another number that comes from 12 because it is a number where they get 12 times 6 becomes 72. And there are 72 fallen angels that apparently in the rotunda of the White House, there are 72 stars that go around George Washington, which represent supposedly the 72 fallen angels or fallen kings that led the 72 tribes from Babylon of humanity. And so the 72 tribes was led out with language confusion being seated amongst them. And then their kings became fallen to take advantage of the confusion that they had put on the people to not be able to communicate to each other, to put on more divide and conquer strategies through that process. But I think 12 goes deeper. There's more significant things that have to do with 12, but I'm going to have to look into those and get back to you in a minute.
Well, yeah, no, definitely. I think like 13 is the manifestational number. When I think of 13, because it's the 3 and the 1 brings us back to 4 crystallization.
Just getting back with number 7 is notable as well. So there's 7 of the 13-month years, and 7 is like a magical number associated with luck and prosperity and serendipity. And 7 also ties in with the fact that there are 7 days in the week. There are 7 chakras. There are 7 colors in the rainbow. There are many different systems of 7 that are part of the integration as well. That's associated with 13. So 12 is kind of like a standard thing, and then it's like a double 12. But then 13 is kind of magical, associated with the sacred feminine, the 13 menstrual cycles of the year and the 28-day cycles in a solar year, and 7 being associated with the days of the week, which are each one of them associated with a various god represented by one of the planets or celestial bodies. The only one that's not a planet is the moon and the sun, of which I guess there are 5 planets and then the moon and sun to create the 7 days of the week in the Western world. But in the Hindu days of the week, they have different associations than we do in the Western world with those days and the associated gods and planets.
You know, it's very interesting. Well, Guruwa, which is Jupiter, is still Thursday. Budwa, Buddhi, planet Mercury, is still Wednesday. Shivden, which is the day of the moon, because Shiva is associated with the planet the moon, is still on a Monday. That's why on Monday in like Rajasthan, you can go and drink bang lassi. You can get off your tits, and it's perfectly socially acceptable. Every Monday you go to the bang lassi store and there's a big queue. Everybody's drinking bang lassis on a Monday morning. Shani is still Saturday, still ruled by Saturday. Mangalva is Tuesday, and Mangal means the planet Mars. I think like there are different associations with different elements that are important on different planets because they have like planets work in tandem. They don't work on their own, but like there seems to be a fairly good alignment. People don't realize this, but the astrology that we know, right? What was that guy's name? The astrology that we know in the West was compiled by a guy. If I can find his name, that would be like really, really, really cool. Maybe I can.
Abu Mashar al-Balkhi.
So the guy's name is Abu. Let me get that right. Abu Mashar al-Ki. So this guy, he basically compiled all of the astrology that we have today. And he used Vedic astrology and Babylonian, as well as the Greek. He basically went and compiled all of the different astrological knowledge from the different systems and compiled them into a single system. And that's what has basically shaped all of Western astrology today. So what people don't realize is Western astrology is largely actually following Vedic roots, because the Vedic astrology had a huge impact on the ancient world because it was very highly sophisticated. And the only difference was that the Greeks applied it according to the solar planets, according to the solar wheel, right? Measuring in relation to the sun, where in India they still measure in relation to the moon. So that's the only real difference, is the sidereal is measured from a different point of reference, which obviously is like really fundamental to how the astrology is interpreted and done. But it's largely the same. The numerology is essentially identical, right? The numerology that we have that comes from Chaldea is identical to the numerology that we get from India. So 1 is the number of the sun, 2 is the number of the moon, 3 is the number of Jupiter, 4 is the number of the North Node, 5 is the number of Mercury, 6 is the number of Venus, 7 is the number of the South Node, 8 is the number of Saturn, 9 is the number of Mars. That's universal, right? That the North Node is also aligned to Uranus. The South Node is also aligned to Neptune. That's Vedic as well as Chaldean as well as Western. That Pluto doesn't have a number. Pluto is without number. So Pluto is considered to be numberless. So you could put a 0 next to Pluto to represent that it has no number. So that's why with the enneagram system, I put Pluto in the center of the wheel, right? So, but it's interesting. Look here, I wanted to show you this, right? So a calendar year has 13 moons every 2.5 to 3 years. So I want to show you that pregnancy calendar that we're talking about from the Hebrews. It's the same calendar that the Chinese use, by the way. Yeah, Indy. The Chinese also use that calendar, just to bring it back. So every 2 to 5 to 3 years, there's 13 full moons in a year. So the reason, and just to be clear, that there might be 13 full moons, but that moon is still traveling through 12 zodiac signs. The 13th month is not a 13th zodiac sign. The 13th month is a 13th cycle through the 12 zodiac signs, which happens every 800-900 days, right? So depending on how close the moon and the earth are, every 800-900, whatever the specific number is, and it's not the same every year, that will change, but round about the 800 days point, there will be a 13th cycle. And so in order to correct the movement and the drift between the lunar and the solar calendars, they would add on an extra lunar month to account for that 13th cycle. And that 13th cycle involves the moon going through one more zodiac sign. And so that's why the Hebrews would use that month, Adar, a second one, and that's why they call it pregnant. But it's actually, in that year, there's nothing happening that's special specifically. It's just that because of the way the moon aligns, it happens to have 13 full moons. What do we call that? We call that a blue moon, don't we, in English? So whenever there's a blue moon, that is that calendar that we're talking about with the 13 moon calendar. But the 13 moon calendar still involves the moon traveling through 12 zodiac signs. That is unanimous and doesn't change. Now, what's happened is the youngsters have come across this information without a background, not knowing how to interpret it. And because they don't know how to interpret it, they have basically thought that it means that there were 13 astrological signs. And I saw people like Gabriel like jumping on this nonsense, and like a lot of people. And to be honest with you, without disrespect to people, like I can fully understand how people would do this, because when I look at people and I go like, okay, so what have people been doing with their lives, right? Most of the people that are doing podcasts these days, they've got maybe 5-10 years of experience in this field. And in reality, that's not much, right? From my books, they're still novices. So that's the reality. They were not studying the stuff in the 1990s, right? They were studying the stuff like Ronan, for example. Classic example. The guy went to school. He was doing his school. He followed the school system, came out of school, followed the system into university, got his degree, came out of university, got a job, worked as a computer programmer. That was his life, right? And then at some point he started thinking, is this all there is? Is this all there is? And so he started to think a little more out of the box. And it got to a certain point where he started to actually research. But that point that we're talking about is in the last 10 years. And so he only started his journey late. Gabriel, another example, very genius, very flashy, very intelligent guy. But what was he doing 10, 15 years ago? He was not, this is not his background. This is not his career. This is not something that he studied many, many years ago. He didn't go study this when he was young and build on it and build on it and build on it and make it his whole life's work. So I can understand how people would be deceived. And this is what you're finding with a lot of the YouTubers and a lot of the TikTokers. They don't have the background. So they suddenly picked up this information, maybe 2015. They started getting really interested, 2016, really interested in this stuff, started researching it, started learning through the web like other people, and people came across a little information. They started making YouTube channels. The algorithms favored them because of whatever reasons the algorithms wanted to, and they became well known, and they pushed their little narrative out. And then other people saw their narrative and started believing, oh, that must be right because the algorithms are pushing them. They must be telling the truth. And so these conspiracy theories or these myths have become so actualized within society that people just don't know any better. So now they go talking about, the 13th star sign and the 13th this. No, I'm sorry. That's total hogwash and nonsense. Anybody that's been studying this topic for like decades will know better. And that is the reality. So that's what's happened. And so because of all of the people not knowing any better, they go and mouthwash it, but they don't actually understand what it is that they're talking about because they haven't actually studied the workings of the heavens specifically to understand what's going on here, right? And what is being meant by that embolism, right? The embolismic year has got to do with the blue moon, right? And so this is when the moon is traveling through the 13th sign. And that is every 2-3 years, right? And that just happens to correspond perfectly with the way the actual moon moves, which is if you are using a moon-based system, right? If you're using a moon-based system, then you have to take a look at this. So, the 12 versus 13 moons follow a strict 19-year cycle. And that actually is really important because that 19-year cycle is very related to the sun. And it's how the moon and the sun calibrate each other. And obviously we're talking about potassium, right? And when we're talking about potassium, we're talking about the nutrient necessary for plants to produce volume, because the potassium is very important. So the plants take the carbon out of the atmosphere when they're breathing CO2. They kick off the oxygen, and then they build onto that carbon using silica and phosphorus to generate and move the energy, potassium, and these things are able to bond. And so the potassium is fundamental for the bonding of this to form these organic molecules so that substance can start to grow onto it. And so that becomes the key to producing sugars and producing life. And hence, potassium is such an important thing for producing fruit. And that's why whenever a plant's going into flowering, you have to give it potash or potassium. Potassium, you need to take banana skins and dry them up and grind them into powder and add them to your soil so that the potassium can become readily available for the microbes. And that potassium will then kick up and increase the volume of production of tomatoes or fruit or cannabis or whatever you're growing during the flowering cycle of that plant. And so the potassium's number is number 19. Now, the sacred number of the sun is number 19, right? This is not a coincidence. But 19, if we look at it, right, the 19th letter, so you go, Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, He, Vav, Zayin, Chet, Tet, Yod, Kaf, Lamet, Mem, Nun, Samek, Ayin, Pet, Tzadi, Kof, Resh, right? Kof. Right? So Kof is the moon, right? It relates to Pisces. It's literally related to that element. But when you look at the moon is the 18th trump. So here we've seen the relationship between the number 18 and 19, right? So the 19th, right, letter that represents 10, right? Actually, it represents the number 100 because Resh represents the number 200 in the Hebrew alphabet, right? Which is the sun, but the sun is actually the 19th card. So this is how crazy it is. So when you look at the 19th Hebrew letter, it's the Hebrew letter for Kof, which is the back of the head, which relates to that primal part of our instinctual consciousness. But when we look at the tarot, the major arcana related to that, we are looking at the 18th, right? Which is the moon, which is Pisces. But when we relate the 19th trump, which is actually the 20th letter, which is actually Resh, which is actually the front of the brain, relates to the solar power. But the 19th number, as it relates to the major arcana, happens to be the sun. So you see there's this very finely calibrated relationship between 18 and 19 as numbers. And so the 18th, the Kof, represents that full expression of the subconscious, the id, the ability to actually travel travel into the unconscious and gain that deep emotional revelation, which is related very strongly to the presence and power of Neptune, for example, even though it is fully ruled by Jupiter in its feminine side, right? Because this is Pisces we're talking about. But when you look at Pisces, it's got a heavy lunar element because there's a relationship between the moon and Pisces and Jupiter. So now you see what we're talking about, where you'll find different systems of different days in the Vedic charts. Indy? This relationship between the moon and Jupiter is a really finely tuned relationship. So people then cross over these planets and apply them in different ways to the days of the week. And they have done in the past, depending on what they want to use the magical systems for. But the relationship exists between the moon, the same as the relationship exists between Saturn and Jupiter and Mercury, right? Remember the when we look at the let me pull it up for you guys, because there would never be a decent discussion that I could actually refer to without the Saturn sigil. That's just how I'm wired. You always got to bring Saturn sigil into it, but it's quite telling. So here we see that relationship with 5 at the center, Mercury, and everything's revolving around Mercury because that's a spinning system. and that the axis mundi is centered in Mercury, and it's rooted between 4 and 6, which is the North Node and Venus, right? So North Node and Venus act as the pivotal powers to maintain the harmony and to maintain the structure of the 4. 4 is structure, 6 is harmony, 5 is that potential for movement and change, and that represents the axis mundi, with the other 2 forces of centripetal and centrifugal potential revolving, creating the toric field from which is emerging and contracting into the substance of reality as we know it. So this is the basic stamp for time that represents the consistent change between the forces of inertia bound with the forces of expansion and contraction. And the contract between the forces of contraction and expansion is what Saturn represents, because the expansion is bound by contraction. And so the contraction has contracted with the expansion to keep it into a structure. And that structure is ruled by harmony, number 6, in order to maintain the crystal structure of 4, so that it follows the law, because 4 represents the law, and 5 is the administrator of the process. So you see how important 5 is. So this relationship that we see between 5 and 8, you can see the same relationship between number 3, right, and number 2. So that's like really interesting. And as you extrapolate through the astrological model, you'll see all these very subtle relationships, which is why, let me give you an example, right? There's a relationship between the Sun and Mars, right? Sun and Mars, you'll find a lot of magical texts where they tell you that you can use the planetary metal of iron for the Sun. Have you come across that, you guys? If you haven't, you will if you look. The reason for that has got to do, once again, with the relationship between Mars and the Sun. So I'm a Leo Sun, and my girlfriend is an Aries Sun. That means astrologically, our suns are perfectly matched for each other, right? If you were a Sagittarius male and you're looking for a really good woman, Sun, if your Sun's Sagittarius, it would be very, very happy with a Gemini woman, for example, right? Mercury and Jupiter. No. If you are a Pisces man, and you're looking for a good match for a woman, Cancer would be a really good blend for you. Sagittarius does have a very powerful connection with the Mercury, but that's because of Sagittarius's juxtapositioning to the actual Saturn, with its contracting to Saturn as the expansive potential. So both Mercury is an expansive potential. Mercury is a bit of a unique planet because it's bipolar. And so when we speak of bipolar things, we're speaking about Mercury. It's got both the expansive and the contraction potential within it. And so it's got 2 sets of wings on its feet and wings on its head. And so Mercury, as per alchemical traditions, is the one planet that can move both between the most subjective spiritual realms and the deep physical realms, because it has that dualistic nature, which is almost contradictory in itself. Mercury is a little bit of a perfect contradiction in terms, which is why it relates to the high IQ and the intelligence, which we'll see reflected in people with the sun of Virgo and people in the sun of Gemini, right? Gemini is supposed to have the fastest thinking minds, the fastest ability to move. I'm a Leo, but my sun is in my midheaven with my Mercury like right on top of the closest point of conjunction that they can have. And that is considered to bring a lot of that mercurial energy into me. Even though I'm not specifically Gemini, it means that my mind works like a Gemini mind, which was why I was the fastest in my school at doing arithmetic, right? Because my brain could move fast. And it means you got faster reflexes, which is why I was good at martial arts, because I could move faster and think faster than my opponent. So, if you look at all the different planetary energies, you can see that they have these really tight relationships between them. And you'll notice that there are these profound connections that are twisted. And so this is how astrologers will calculate good mates, right? Good mates between this and this. Like, do you fit together well? I mean, I'm not an astrologer per se, but the principles are found, and they are sound, and they are based within deep mysteries. And so these deep occult mysteries, the astrologers may not necessarily appreciate or understand them, but they know how to use them because they've been trained into memorizing the important connections between what they represent. But if you dive deeper into the occult mysteries, you'll understand why, right? You'll understand the specific mechanisms as to why they are the way they are. And so I think like this is like really fundamental for us to grasp when it comes back to what we're talking about, these cycles and the 13-month cycle and the 12-month cycle. There seems to be this complete and utter bamboozlement, right? And it brings us back to the relationship between the number 18 and 19. And so 18, I really should bring up the enneagram if I'm gonna go this full tilt, because this gives us an insight into how these cycles work, which I think are really important. Gives us an insight into how these cycles work and how important they are. And so here we see the enneagram cycles, right? And we get a look at, like, we got the 9, right? So you'll notice that in order to reach the culmination of the 9, you've got to go through 3 cycles of 3, right? And you see the 3 triangles, the yellow triangle, the blue triangle, and the red triangle that represents a 9-sided star in the center of the wheel. You need to travel through all 3 of these threefold cycles in order to reach the 9. But in order to bring it into maturity, you've got to bring the 4th 3-sided cycle into it. And when you bring the 4th of the 3-sided cycle into it, that's roughly a third, right? I want you guys to pay attention, because there's a relationship here between the movement of the moon and the sun, right? It's a little bit between 2.5 to 3 years difference between these cosmic shifts of where the moon and the sun are calibrating in and out. So we speak of 3 1/3. This is why in magical law, the number 3 1/3 is so important, and Kabbalists hold it so dear, especially the Hermetic Kabbalists, because they recognize this fundamental relationship between how the cycles manifest. So you would then have to go from 9 to branch it out to 12. But when you branch it out to 12, you got 3, right? You then need to have a third of the second cycle. And what is a third of the second cycle break down to? If you think about it, it takes us to 4, right? And so if you take 4 and you multiply 4 by 2.5, right? That will take you into the kind of scale of where you're looking at where that pregnant year comes every year, right? That's an average. The way these numbers work is incredible. So firstly, the 18, which we see as the mystic number of 19, which is potassium, which rules the sun, which is how the nutrients move through plants. When we observe it in its symbolic form as a symbolic, the super spiritual aspect of it, as above, so below, the above elements, we see the 18 here as 2 cycles of 9, right? That's related to the Pisces, the 2 fishes that are swimming in 2 different directions, right? Really important to understand this. So these 2 fishes swimming in 2 different directions have a band that connect them, right? And so you've got to go from one cycle to get to 9. And the second cycle goes 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. And in the end of the second cycle going to 90, right? We start with 100, 200, 300, 400. Remember? 3 1/3. Now 400 is the numeration for Tav, right? And Tav or Tau is the final letter in the Jewish alphabet, which has the number 400. And so you can see there's a relevance here. First cycle, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. 90 going into the second cycle, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 800, 900 going into the 3.3 aspects of the third cycle, 10, 20, 100, 200, 300, and 400. Now we have just completed the full wheel of the Hebrew alphabet. Now, when we look at the Hebrew, which is based upon the Paleo-Hebrew, which is based upon the Phoenician, when we look at the deep Kabbalah, and I don't mean the Kabbalah of the Jews, I mean the Kabbalah that's universal, that came from ancient Egypt, that was bound and held in the knowledge by the ancient Greeks and everybody else, the Chaldeans and everywhere else, the Sufis teaching their knowledge of the 9 spheres, that's essentially the Qibla. The Qibla is essentially the Kabbalah, just different words, but this is a universal science that was very, very old. Now, the 22 aspects, and I want to remind you all that in the ancient times, music had 22 notes. They took that out of our medieval music in the last 2,000 years. They removed it, and they downscaled it, removing the other semitones. They removed 10 semitones to make it a 12-note scale. But before they removed those 10 extra semitones, our music had 22 notes in it. Why? Because there are 22 elements. 9 plus 4. That's 18 plus 4 is 22. This is why there are 22 major arcana, right? This is why there are 22 letters in the Paleo-Hebrew and the Phoenician and the Hebrew alphabets. And those same alphabets became the ancient Greek alphabet, and they come from ancient Egyptian knowledge, which came from hieroglyphs, which was considered the 22 most important hieroglyphs, which was part of a teaching system for what we can only call the true Kabbalah. Probably it wasn't called the Kabbalah. Probably, and we've discussed this in other lives. So about the potential connections with the Egyptian words and the Egyptian principles and concepts of the name. But this gives us an insight into the 22. But now if we dial this back, and we go back to the 18, because we're speaking about completing 2 cycles of 9, which is 18, and then overlapping in to the 3.3 1/3 element, which takes us to the 22. 22 is a fundamental and foundational number for creation. If we look at numerology and we understand these principles and how important they are, dial that back to the 18, right? So what is 18? There's 2 full cycles that have been completed, right? 2 full cycles that have been completed. 18. What happens when we double these 2 full cycles? We end up with 36. Why do we double these 2 full cycles? Well, that's a good question. Why would we want to double these 2 full cycles? Well, we're only looking at half of the story. And when we look at the whole story and we take into account everything else, which is something we probably all should be doing, we come out with a slightly different picture. And let me show you why we have to double it, because I think it's really quite important for us to grasp this, right? We don't double it willy-nilly. There's a reason, okay? And that reason is quite simple. When you look at the enneagram, right, you've got two enneagrams. We don't just have one enneagram in front of us. I'm not talking about that nonsense that everybody else is calling the enneagram. I'm talking about the real enneagram. There's 2 real enneagrams, and I've discussed this in a number of lives. If you can go back, if you haven't seen it, you might find it interesting. There is a yang and a yin enneagram. They are both operating within the sphere of the 9 spheres. And so the masculine and the feminine always have to be taken into account. So when you're doing 2 cycles, you're doing 2 cycles of the masculine and 2 cycles of the feminine, right? That's really important because that is actually 4 cycles. Okay. So let's dial this in. When we take 18 and 18 and we take into account 1 cycle, we're taking into account 36. 36, when we take into account the 2nd cycle, we're taking another 36. What does that bring us to? 72. Okay, that's really interesting. But now we need to account for, that's 2 years. Okay, that's 2 years. I want us to just keep this in mind. Think in terms of years, it's going to help. We've got 2 years accounted for, but we need to account for 2.5 years. So how do we account for the other half year? Right? And this is where it gets interesting. The other half year to a year takes us up to, there's 2 potentials, 98, 99, and 108. And the moon is calibrating. So there is this relationship that we can see how 18 becomes 36, right? But if we take 4 cycles of this 18, we end up with 72. What happens when you minus 118 from the 72? We end up with 54. 54 happens to be a half a cycle of 108. 54 is the mystic number of the tree of life. Why is 54 the mystic number of the tree of life? For the composite number of the manifestation of the tree of life is 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9, which is 45, plus the 1 becoming reborn as a mega 1 carrying empty space on its back in the form of a 0. We call it a 10. We add 45 to that 10, we end up with 55. 55's actualization number, its mystic number, is 54. 54 points back at what we're just looking at here, right? We're now looking at a very interesting situation, right? Instead of having 4 cycles of 18, we now have 3 cycles of 18, 54. So 3 cycles of 18 becomes a complete half of a complete 108. And so we're looking at the yang and the yin once again, right? So 5 cycles of 9 becomes 45. But when we take into account that that 10 needs to be carried on its back, because 10 becomes the hallmark of each of those cycles, right? We got, and I hope you guys are concentrating here, right? When we go 18 and 18, 36, right? Plus 18, 54. Those 3 cycles need to be accounted for with the 4th materializing cycle, right? And that is what brings us home, right? This is incredible when you look at the way this works, right? So when we're removing the actualization and we're looking at it as purely symbolic, metaphysical elements, which are what we call the mystic nature of things, as opposed to the actualized. If I'm doing, let's say I'm doing a magical spell that involves involves shaping the world, I would use the Hebrew base, right? I would use the actualization and the Hebrew alphabet. But if I'm working with a more subtle spiritual natures within myself, I would use the major arcana, because they're different and they have a different place. They have a different utility and they have a different way to be manifested and used. So this 36 relating to the 72, relating to the 108, this is 3 cycles of 36, right? And that's 18, which is 2 cycles of 9. So what we have is 2 times 3, right? It's 6 cycles. No, sorry. What we have is 2 cycles of 18, right? Which is 36. And one more cycle of 18 added on to that 36. So that's 3 cycles of 18. And those 3 cycles of 18 is 6 cycles of 9. So you can see how the relationship with the number 6 acting as the coordinator of the harmonies maintains the harmony of the system, where there's an overlap that shapes 36 becoming related to 54. But when we run all 4 cycles, we've got 72, which is the quinets. And the quinets are 5-degree demarcations in the 360-degree wheel. So if you take 360 degrees and you divide it by 72, you end up with 5, right? Because there are 5 degrees, and each 5-degree demarcation is ruled traditionally by a different angel. So you can see how the numbers are relating to these principles, and how fundamental an understanding is of all of these fundamental things. Because the moment we start to grasp what it is that we're looking at when we look at these cycles, it starts to make much more sense. And suddenly we're looking at this in a new light, right? The 19-year cycle has got to do with the power of the sun. Now, how often does the sun change? How many years does it take for the sun to what do you call it? Switch poles. Is that the right words? Switch its poles. Because the sun switches its poles, right? And so the sun's switching its poles every 11 years. Now that number 11 has got a relevance when we're looking at the number 9 with the extra 2, right? And the fact that you could probably find there was going to be a correlation between the 11-year cycles and the 19-year cycles, right? Because there's going to be an added 8-year cycle. So when you look at the ratio between 8 years and 11 years, you're going to get that same kind of ratio that you're going to get between the calibration of the moon and the sun, which adds to 2.5-year cycles that we're talking about when we're looking at this, which they call the embolismic year. And that embolismic year is obviously related to exactly this calendar of 13 moons. So, I mean, I don't want to go round and round. I think I've said what I need to say. What's on your mind, dear brother Indy?
Yeah, this is beautiful. I don't know if you got to look at some of the notes that I posted in the comments, but I wanted to just do a quick recap on the significance of 7, 12, and 13 numbers, where they're full systems of things. And I got a little bit more deeper of reach on this one now. So with 7, there are 7 weekdays, 7 colors, 7 chakras, 7 notes of musical scale, apparently. The septonic musical scale or something like that, I believe. Then they have also 7 planets and 7 alchemistic metals that are associated with those planets, 7 heavens, and 7 seas. Now, when it comes to 12, we have 12 represents Zeh, or Z-E-H, which is a reference to the significance of it, translation as being this, which refers to the things that can be seen, pointed to, comprehended, that are a manifestation of God's presence in the physical world. Also, association with 12s consist of the tribes, the disciples, the zodiacal constellations associated with 12 primary letters of the Hebrew alphabet, gemstones of the Hoshen breastplate, altar stones used by Moses at Sinai and Joshua at the Jordan River, and 12 loaves of bread on the golden tables of the holy temple, representing continuous provision and sustenance to the 12 tribes. So those are some of the significances of 7 and 12. Now 13 is the number of the gates that tie those 12 numbers together, and they represent 13 attributes of mercy and 13 principles of faith that tie together those 12 numbers of the various systems that they represent. And I'm glad you tied in the sacred number of the sun being 19, which ties in with potash and potassium that are used for the flowering stage to boost microbes in the soil by adding that potash in there. So that all kind of ties in with a lot of the significance of these number systems. And of course, leaving out the fact that 13 menstrual cycles in a solar year with 28-day cycles, of course, the sacred feminine cycle number that has been, of course, demonized as an unlucky number 13, which is associated with the fact that the Knights Templar were assassinated on Friday the 13th. And they've kind of used that to usher in the connotation of 13 being a misfortunate day, but then taking away the significance of women being able to follow that 13 day or 13-month cycle, and then having them demonized for even mentioning that number of their wheels and cycles of their purging of their sacred blood. Which is in modern times and during the fallen patriarchal times considered to be something of making them be considered to be dirty. But traditionally in the sacred golden age of the matriarchy, the sacred blood being purged during the moon cycles was supposedly a magical fluid of sustenance that people would value as sanctimonious and use in various ways to sanctify themselves. And of course, they also would consider the placenta to be sanctimonious and ingest that as well. So those things have been kind of flipped on their head in the fallen patriarchal times and considered to be absurd or dirty or demonized. But those traditions are still practiced by people, where they carry forth like the sacred feminine traditions of like birth doulas and various things of the sort. So I just wanted to mention some notes on those numbers, but I really appreciate the deep dive on the systems of 12 and their sums. But what I wanted to ask was like, do you know anything about how there are 12 primary letters of the Hebrew alphabet that are associated with the constellations? And what would the other 10 alphabet letters be that are not primary?
So what you've got is you've got, according to the fundaments, you've got the 3 mother letters that came first. So these are the 3 principles. In the tarot, we're looking at Aleph. We're looking at the Fool. We're looking at the Hanged Man. And we're looking at the second last tarot card, which is the one where there's like they're over the water and they're in the coffins and they're all the final judgment. Yeah, I could see it, but I couldn't say it. The picture memory is working better than the word memory. But so those 3 represent the Aleph, the Mem, and the Shin. Those are the principles of air, water and fire. The waters above and below, bound by mem, the fire that generates the spirit, and the air that is that relationship between the principle of fire and water. And these are bound in earth. Now, in the process of these three principles of being bound in earth, these three principles had to duplicate and replicate. And the way in which these three systems replicated was, you said Aleph plus Mem produced something. Aleph plus Shin produced something. Mem plus Shin produced something. Mem plus Aleph produced something, right? And then Aleph plus Mem plus Shin produced something. And those were 7 productions. So those 7 Hebrew letters would then be the ones that represent, so the emperor, no, sorry, with those are the 12 simple letters. The 7 ones would then represent, okay, so if we break it down and go one by one, we would be looking at the lovers, Mercury, right? That's the microcosm. So the lovers represents the sword, represents Zion. Then we would be looking at Kaf, which is Jupiter, which is the wheel, right? Then we would be looking at the tower, which is Pe, which is Mars. Then we would also be looking at Resh, which is the sun, tarot card, right? That's the 20th letter, but the 19th trump. Okay. And then we would have Tav, which represents Saturn, which is the 21st trump, right? And sorry, just to bring it back, it would be the 18th trump for the 19th trump for Resh, which is the letter that represents 200, right? How many have I mentioned there? 1, 2, 3, 4. Have I mentioned them all? Have I missed any out? Oh, Venus. Sorry, I didn't mention Venus, did I? That would be Dalet, which is the 4th letter. And the 4th letter obviously represents the Empress. So we've covered Venus, we've covered Mars, we've covered the Sun, we've covered the Moon. No, the Moon would be Gmail, which is the 3rd letter, which represents the High Priestess, right? As the tarot card. So we've covered the Moon, we've covered Mars, we've covered Jupiter, we've covered Saturn. That's 7, right? That I've given you, or have I missed one out? So those 7 letters and those 7 tarot correspondences represent the permutations, the original permutations of the first 3 principles, which is the Aleph, the Mem, and the Shin, or the Fool, the Wheel, and the Final Judgment. And those 3 combinations could only produce 7. Then those 7 had to then produce permutations of their own. And each one of them had a dualistic nature except for the Sun and the Moon. The Sun and the Moon don't have a dualistic nature because they represent each other. They have a dualism with each other. So that means that the tarot card for the Sun and the tarot card for the High Priestess fit together as a yang yin, right? And create a full cycle, a full loop, where the Sun represents the spiritual unfoldment. The Gmail, the High Priestess, represents the initiation that produces that spiritual unfoldment that we see expressed through the Sun. So in a tarot card spread, if the Sun comes up, it means great spiritual evolution, great spiritual positivity, and great things coming from the world of spirit. when we see the high priestess, it means that there's a great journey going into the spirit that will produce that at a later stage. So these two have got to do with before and after, you could say, representing the beginning and the end, the alpha and the omega. And that is reflected in the corresponding macrocosmic zodiac expressions, which then is the chariot, which represents Het, right? The letter Het and the chariot as the tail of the wheel, because the high priestess is expressed through the chariot's ability to travel on the inner planes in order for the initiation to take place. And the solar expression would be strength, because the spiritual component necessary for that spiritual expression of light, that is the sun, that will bring light into everything, is inner strength. And that expression of light brings inner strength. So those two components, the card for strength and the card for the sun, are fundamentally connected in the same way that the card for the chariot and the card for the high priestess are fundamentally connected, representing a connection between Jimal, right, and Het, because the enclosure represents what is enclosed within, and the camel represents journeying between one enclosure and another closure that connects the two enclosures to each other. And so that enclosure and that journeying is represented by, in two ways. One is the actualization and one is the conceptual. The conception is obviously the high priestess's work of initiation, and the actual traveling through that process is the chariot. And this is why one has to get to the point of the chariot in order to progress, right? And you'll notice the numerical relationship between, obviously, Jimal is the number 3, right? And the chariot, if you look at it, Aleph, Bet, Gimal, Dalet, He, Vav, Zayin, Het, is number 8, right? So there are 5 steps between Het and Jimal. And those 5 steps are fundamentally important steps. And if you look at what they represent, they tell you a story about that process of moving towards initiation, you know? So, that's the 3 letters becomes the 7 letters becomes and I'll show you how it's depicted rather well if you want to, because this rose cross will give you a really good image. It's a hermetic training tool used for drawing sigils, right? But it's also very useful for contemplating and getting a grip on these principles. There you go. And if you look at it, you can see what I'm talking about, right? Does that make sense? So you see there the Aleph, the Shin, and the Mime, right? And then you see up across the top the Kaf, the Tav, the Jimal, the Zayin, the Bet, Mercury, the Resh, the Sun, Pe, the Tower, and those 7. And then you can see how rotating around those are, the zodiac, like He, which is obviously the Aries, and Vav, which is Taurus, and Zayin, which is, Gemini, and Het, which is Cancer, and the Serpent, which is obviously Leo, Tet, and Yod, which is Virgo, and Lamet, which is Libra, and Nun, which is Scorpio, and Samek, which is Sagittarius, and Ayin, which is Capricorn, and Tadi, which is Aquarius, and Kof, which is Pisces. So you see the outer cycle of the Hebrew letters that contains the 7, which contains the 3, because the 3 have structured the 7 and the 7 have structured the 12. I hope that's Hope that makes. I hope I've explained that well.
Yeah, quite well. I wanted to mention some notes that I had from a discussion last night that, interestingly, in the Tanukh, which is sometimes referred to as the Tanakh, they refer to as Yahweh as meaning the name refers to a fiery nostril dragon to whom virgin sacrifices were offered, accompanied by the smell of burnt flesh. But a recent discovery is that in the Tanukh, they also mentioned the primordial multi-headed chaos dragon, Rahab, that was slayed by Yahweh, which, according to these different testimonies that I hear from various documentaries on YouTube, that it turns out that apparently the gods were all serpentine dragons, which kind of to me ties back to their aquatic ancestry, maybe being that they could be giants, hominids that came from the sea, developed giantism, had webbed fingers, that's like amphibian or serpent like, and probably were hairless, completely hairless. Considered them to be more of a serpent like or snake like or dragon like being. Also, with a bulbous head, androgynous appearance, with pot bellies and breasts amongst the males and females, and had blue skin. So it turns out that a lot of these associations with the various gods and goddesses of the ancient pantheons were said to have been dragons, which means that they weren't necessarily dinosaurs, which is like the new word for dragons that was created in 1941 to supplant the previous term dragon that was used to refer to these large serpentine beings that were non-human. But it could be the case that a lot of the words of a daimon, which was like the old name before demon, which was like a superhuman, godlike human, or a dragon, which could be also referred to as like a superpowered human being that's godlike. These different figures also include a lot of the female goddesses, particularly Leviathan in the biblical scripture in the Torah, who is a representation of Tiamat that was said to have come from the sea. And her mother, Namu, was also said to have come from the sea and been androgynous, along with the males. Now, there's a strong connection where the Dogon people called them the people that the giant hominids that were serpentine-like that brought them cannabis and had domesticated dolphins in the stories of the Dogons were referred to as the Nomo, which to me seems uncannily connected to etymology that might have been derived from a similar name, Namu, who was actually the grandmother of Anu and the mother of Tiamat, also having said to have come from the saltwater sea. Interestingly, the male figures or consorts or gods were said to have come from the underworld or the Sweetwater abyss of the world beneath the surface. And particular gods like Enki were shown as having a serpent tail and having come from the Sweetwater abyss of the underworld. Later on, there were Greek tales of such figures as well, like Triton and other individuals like Cecrops that were also portrayed as having serpent tails and having come from the sea. In addition, of course, to Neptune and his wife Amphitrite, and Neptune being the Roman name for Poseidon, also being portrayed with serpent tails and having come from the sea. So there seems to be a strong correlation there where the giants that had come from the sea were considered to be dragons or serpents, which also ties into the Chinese mysticism and mythology, where they suggested that actually Fuxi, the Green Emperor, and his wife Nuwa, who she was said to have created humankind from the mud of the Yellow River, but both Nuwa and her male consort Fuxi, the Green Emperor, were portrayed as having serpent tails and having carried the tools of architecture, the square and the compass, having provided mankind in China in the first empire with language and the gifts of civilization. Not only did they provide architecture and the means of being able to clothe themselves and learn to be civil and civilized, also provided to them as if they were she was being motherly to the people that she had rescued who were being attacked by other serpentine tribes from the west. And they taught the people how to defend themselves and build weapons to fight against the Western invaders. And Fuxi and Nuwa protected them from being invaded by the Western hordes. Also, they were said to have provided means of hunting, creating snares and fish nets to be able to develop means of sustenance instead of the struggle that they had had previous to being rescued by the Green Emperor and his wife, when they were just running around in the wilderness with no clothing or shoes or foot protection or weapons, and they would just try to like club animals to death with a rock or like run until the prey animals collapsed and then drag them back and try to devour them without fire to be able to cook them with. And it was said that before they were given the gifts of civilization after having been exiled from Babylon as one of the 72 tribes, that they actually would eat the animals that they chose to attack to be able to use as a means of sustenance. They would eat the fur of the animals and didn't know any better than to like process the animal by skinning it first and taking off the coat of fur. So they were in a very lost way. And since they didn't have any foot protection before Nuwa and Fuxi offered them tailored clothes and shoes made of leather, they actually hurt their feet and their ankles and their legs a lot, just trying to run after these animals, according to the testimony of the ancient Chinese story of having been rescued by the Green Emperor and his wife. So a lot of these stories have a similar theme where there's these serpentine godly beings that come in that are part of a pantheon of other godly beings. And the connection also goes to Mesoamerica, where we have the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl, who interestingly was like the brother of light, whose accompanying brother was the brother of darkness, Xolotl, who was another psychopomp, them both being a psychopomp. But the brother of darkness was the brother of the underworld, whereas Quetzalcoatl was the brother of light from the surface world. But there was a story also where when the sun goes into the underworld at nighttime, that Xolotl cried so much that the sun had died and had to be reborn that he lost his eyes and became eyeless, dog-headed god. So interestingly, there's been like connections where the brother of light and wisdom is associated with being a serpent or a dragon and associated with coming from the waters, whereas the brother of darkness is associated with land and air in Mesopotamia or the underworld without being associated with water, and associated with having been a dog, which kind of ties in to me possibly to Anubis, being like one of the brothers of darkness that's connected to maybe, I don't know who Anubis's brother would be, but there's been speculation recently that Anubis was the half brother of Horus, which I don't really see so much as the connection where Anubis was like the spirit brother of Thoth, as they did the psychopomp rites when the soul of an individual would go west and set with the sun into the underworld and then be judged with the feather of Ma'at on the scale by putting their heart on one scale and her feather on another. So Anubis was the one holding the scale, the dog-headed god of the dark underworld. And then the scribe, Thoth, of wisdom, who's associated with the ibis bird because it has a moon-shaped beak, and he was associated with the moon being associated with the water and the tides. And the ibis bird, I believe, is like a bird that lives on the beach and is alongside the water. So there's a strong connection between Thoth and Anubis and Quetzalcoatl and Xolotl in my mind there. It's an interesting connection.
I think there is a strong connection between them, and you can see how they work together. I just want to go back to some of the things you were saying. I was trying to flash some pictures while you were talking, and I just want to give a bit of background because it sort of correlates with exactly what you were saying. Just before I do that, just to wrap up the previous topic, before we jump onto this aspect of the mythology, I just thought to point out one more thing. So when relating to these to this embolismic year, right, that we've been talking about previously, and relating to the 13 moons every 2.5 to 3 years, we realize that there is a 2.2 days every month average. So the moon cycle is 27.3 days that we see the moon moving through our cycles, right? We call it the orbit. So it's a 27.3 day orbit, right? But we see a 29.5 day from the full moon to the next full moon. So that is a 2.2 day deficit, right? Every month. And if we multiply that 2.2 by 12, we end up with 24. And that's quite an interesting concept to just look at the way that it fits into the astrological calendar. I just thought to bring that to attention because that relates to two polarities. We're talking about the 11-year cycle. And I think there's a relevance here in that 2.2 days and just exactly how that's going to define the difference between the full moon and the actual the cycles of the moon, which is really, really, really interesting when you start to look at that. But I didn't really want to get into that. I wanted to respond to what you were saying because it was really, really interesting. So let's get back to what you were saying. So you were talking about the bloodlines and the dragon, right? And you mentioned the dragon people and the people of the off. So I just thought while you were talking to show different mythological. So there is the goddess Danu, which is a Vedic in the Vedic pantheon. And she was slayed by Indra. And before Indra was able to slay her, she had an offspring, which was like a great serpent, a giant being, right? And this great being was holding back the waters, disturbing the cosmic order. So Indra then had to strike this being whose name was Vritriya with a lightning bolt. And so this is a very interesting story, right? Because this Danu, who is the goddess that we're talking about, sorry, I accidentally clicked that nonsense. This Danu, who is the goddess that we're talking about, is really, really connected to this serpentine draconic ancestry that's embedded within Vedic cosmology, right? We call the lineage of Vritra, yeah? And the Vritra lineage, right, is the cosmic dragon or serpent, Ahi, who blocked the waters, who was destroyed by Indra's lightning bolt. Now, Indra's web, that's a whole podcast in itself. But Indra controls the web, and the web is what contains the earth. Think of it as the dragon lines, the ley lines, and is able to channel that dragon energy to create lightning, because that's what lightning is a relationship between the dragon lines in the earth and the polarities of water becoming repolarized in the clouds and producing a deficit of charge, which we experience as lightning. So the mother of the Danavas, right, which is a race of serpentine titans. Now, I want us to apply this to the Illuminati for a moment. Just take it there. Just look at it there. These serpentine titans, which were giants, which have these serpentine heritage, which comes from Vritriya, which comes from the goddess Danu, great grandkids of Danu. I want us to look at the stories of the gods and goddesses, or the angels that came down to earth and mated with humans, and this lineage came into being. I want us to understand who the Vritriya are, who are these serpentine beings with draconic ancestry that's well outlined in the Vedic texts. But let's just keep moving. Let's keep moving. Right. Who is the goddess Anu? Well, often referred to as Danu, or the goddess of the Tuat de Danann. And this is also often referred to as the goddess Danu. And this is in Ireland. This is the Irish tradition. Now, this is a reconstructed deity, they tell us, right? So the Danu name came later because they were associating the goddess of the Danann with the Danu. But when we go and we look a little deeper into what this is she's closely tied to another goddess, Anu, or the Anan, right? Who is explicitly mentioned in Cormac's glossary as the mother of the gods of Ireland. I want you to recognize that, because the Danu goddess, right, stem from Proto-Indo-European den, right, meaning to run or to flow. Now, I want us to look at that Vedic story of, just go back for a moment, right, to this, right? Vritriya held back the universe's waters and blocked the flow of rivers. Okay, I think it's important. Just bear with me while we go. So the name from this relates to run or to flow, right? And obviously they have these two distinctive breast-shaped mountains in Kerry, which are named after her, right? And fairy mounds called the Siddhe. Now, Siddhi in India are the spiritual powers that you can attain by awakening the dragon power of the Kundalini. Okay? Because these Anu had control over this Siddhi dragon power. But it doesn't end there. She's the mother of the gods of Ireland. But that's not where it ends. Right? The bloodline of the old kings, right? the goddess known as Danu, right? Which is related to the Tuat Dunanan, right? Is the bloodlines of the old kings using the serpentine insignia, Anu. Now, Anu, right, if we take this one step further, Anu of Sumeria, Anu is the supreme god of the heavens, right? So this, here we're seeing it as a male, right? And this is the heavens of the skies. And basically the word God come from there. And then, according to Sumerian creation myths, I want us to just go with this for a moment, right? An was born from the primordial sea called Namu, right? I'm not going to say that that's an exact match with etymological connections, but can you see how they're related, right? Namu, Anu, and mated with the earth goddess Ki, right? And the union produced the wind. So this is a metaphor. I don't think it's quite, I think that's how it was told by the Babylonians thousands of years later. When we look at the Sumerians, they have a slightly different take on it. The Akkadians have a slightly different take on it, and the Babylonian later people have a slightly different take on it. The earlier Akkadian texts are slightly different to the later Akkadian texts. Obviously, we'll refer to the later Akkadian texts because the best way to know about what was going on is to study what happened thousands of years later, right? If you want to know what was happening in 1984, the best way to find out what was happening in 1984 is to study 1995. Well, this is how we're told to think. This is something for you to bear in mind. But the important part of the previous point that I was actually trying to make is that the bloodline of the old Irish kings had the serpent insignia, right? And these are the Scythians. The Scythians and the Milesian, the Milesian dynastic legends, right? And obviously this is the Anu Danu of the Tuat Dunanan and the tribe of the goddess Danu. And the serpent connection, the Irish mythology, while snakes did not inhabit the actual physical land, serpents and dragons were ancient symbols of life, wisdom, and fertility, right? The serpent is strongly linked with the archaic earth goddess Anu, which is really what is the roots of what we are calling Danu, because apparently Anu was previously confused with Danu later and basically became known as this goddess. But it's actually Anu that we're talking about. And the royal bloodline, according to the medieval Irish texts, right? The Gabala Eron, the Book of Invasions, the Milesians, the ancient ancestors of the Gaelic kings in Ireland, traced their lineage back through a figure named Gaidil Gilaz, right? And Gaidil Gilaz and the serpent. According to legend, Gaidil Gilaz was the eponymous ancestor of the Gaels. As a child, he was bitten by a serpent and healed by Moses, right? Who marked him with a Moses rod shaped like a brass serpent. This mark purportedly became an emblem and signia of the Milesian kings, right? And then we see the connection with the Scythian Egyptian origins, right? Where there are specific myths that tie the Irish kings of Scythia, Egypt, and the Levant, right? The Levant being the Jewish area we today see, which I don't believe was previously Jewish. I think it's the root of the Semitic people, shall we say more specifically, where Shem, many of the tribe of Shem migrated down. Some of the tribe of Shem migrated up, right? Up into Eastern Europe, and some of the tribe of Shem, a lot of it migrated across. Much of the tribe of Ham went further down into Africa, and much of the tribe, the other brother of Noah's child, migrated westwards into Western Europe. These are the stories. These are the myths. But anyway, the serpent and dragon imagery have been utilized heavily by these ancient rulers, the pharaohs, and the Celtic, and the Pictish royalty. And so the Tuat the Nanan is this ancient race. And we can see how that ties us right back to the goddess Danu, who was slain by Indra and gave birth to Vritria, who was this great dragon, right? And how this became the bloodline, which is the serpentine draconic ancestry that we see so commonly discussed in Vedic cosmology. I just wanted to add that. What do you think of all of that, brother?
That is phenomenal. That really ties it in and brings in the missing puzzle piece there. That brings in the Celtic legend that really tie in with it as well. There's so many parallels there and synchronicities that it's just uncanny. You know, I feel like we're really tapping on something like a lost cycle that's been kind of attempted to be brushed under the rug, but it's really escaping from their grasp here, where we're really uncovering these things with such phenomenal and incredible connection, where there's so many similarities with all of these different legends that it's just almost as if you can't really deny the fact that these things seem to be part of a lost her story that's been covered up and veiled and obfuscated by the fallen patriarchal replacement of these lost goddesses with the newer story of the stories of the gods and the stories of their lone godly trivial matters that they did to basically like use the war machine against each other. The gods would just do this like brutalistic fighting. There was really no principle to it. There was no integrity involved. But I feel like the true work of the gods and the male consorts was actually in their militaristic responsibilities was actually to protect the goddesses and their children. And so when you put it in that light and bring back the her story aspect of it, these gods and their purpose was actually for integrity and for the salvation of their goddesses and their progeny, that they were then defending against any wrongdoers or perpetrators that were trying to infiltrate their family sanctity. So when we look at that, we see that possibly these stories that we hear about only gods, where the goddesses have been kind of stricken away from the story, we can start to uncover where these goddesses are being hidden. Particularly in the Bible, we see that in the King James Version, they've taken out the name of the Queen of Heaven, Asherah, and they replaced her with the Tree of Life, or the rock or foundation. So like obviously the Tree of Life is like pivotal to our understanding of discernment between right and wrong and good and evil. And there's the tree of knowledge that does that. There's the tree of life that provides immortality. It's said that the speak of these trees actually refers to a goddess, not a tree, that was actually disseminating this wisdom to the people. And so we see that like the serpent that was wrapped around the tree could be tying into the sacred serpent clan of the goddesses, which they identified as part of the serpent clan. And also there's a story that also ties back when we look at all these flood myths from around the world, and there are so many from all the different cultures. It seems like these flood myths are trying to hint at something, but don't really have the full gambit of the real story. Basically, it seems like the idea that the flood could inundate the entire globe and raise up to the highest peaks of all mountains, it seems to be impossible that that could be achieved by any amount of water that would be reasonable to cover the globe. But the thing is that there was an older story from the Zoroastrian account where there was an ark, where there was a chosen leader for the people in the ark, and there were, I believe, 2,000 individuals that were chosen by Ahura Mazda to be able to bring to salvation through an extended winter in an underground ark, not an ark at sea in a flood, but an ark through the underworld where they were protected from an extended winter. And there was a mystical bird that guided them, that offered them the teachings of Ahura Mazda and the sacred understanding of the divine during their time there. And sometimes it was later referred to as a raven or a crow. And this bird was said to have been released every summer to see if the land had become habitable again. And if it did not return, it had meant that it was habitable on the surface world again, and they could re-inhabit the surface world because the long extended winter had ended. So for many years, they released the raven or crow or mystical bird, and it would return because it was not habitable outside. But finally, they were able to return back to the surface. And this is an older story that has similar themes to the flood stories, particularly there being a chosen one to lead and collect a group of animals and people to be able to bring into a safe place and protect them until the time was right to be able to emerge from the ark with the animals back to the land. So it's a very similar theme story and seems to be more of a story that seems to touch on a feasibly true story that could have happened. And the thing is that I believe that they were trying to obfuscate the idea of the underworld itself. The fact that people could live under the surface in sanctity and salvation in that place had later been covered up and veiled or obfuscated by this fact that there was, instead of a underworld salvation sanctuary, that the salvation was just to live inside of an ark on turbulent seas until the waters receded. But the idea of the waters receding does tie into ancient Cometian lore, where they said that the Ben stone, or the Zep Tepi, was the first mound of land that emerged from the dark watery abyss that resulted from Nun, who was the dark watery abyss, ending by there being the first rise of the golden sun over the horizon, which then allowed the first mound to rise up and be able to be fertile for that crops and food to be able to grow on, at which point the people were then seeded onto the land in the story of the Zep Tepi in the Cometian lore. So that kind of ties in with the idea of the maybe influence of, it was basically two different stories that have different themes that were integrated into a later usurped obfuscation. So one story says that there was a dark watery abyss from which the people emerged because of the sun rising. The other one says there was an ark that the people went into through an extended winter and then returned to the surface with the aid of a crow. Now you could see how these two stories were combined to create the false story, potentially false story of the Great Deluge. Although there is a connection where the testimony of the destruction of Atlantis from Solon that was passed on to Dropides and eventually down to Plato, it was said that there was a flood that inundated Atlantis that has been tied to a potential comet impact in Greenland around 11,600 years ago. So there's a lot of interesting things going on with these myths, but I would like to stress that the Zoroastrian story of Yima, who was the chosen one of Ahura Mazda with the mystical bird, seems to be the one that predates all of the rest and holds to be something that was likely the actual story that was later being covered up and veiled with a false story of the flood. But it remains to be decided as to whether those other stories of Atlantis and the Zep Tepi of the Cometian lore also had a part to play in this intermingling of stories. So
it's really sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, carry on, brother.
So I was just saying, what do you got here? I see all this great stuff that you're bringing onto the screen.
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, man, this is really interesting because we can see the Jewish version of the story, right? So remember how this conversation started, right? We were talking about this, the embolic year, right? And the embolic year has got to do with this connection between these, and the same is seen in China. And I bet you the embolic year in China, we can do the same with China. We're going to find the same story. It gets interesting. So when we look at the embolic year, right, we see here that the 13th month is called Adar as well. Now, Adar, as you know, is the 12th month, right? Because there are 12 signs. So it's associated with the 12th. So I'm guessing it's associated with Pisces, the serpents swimming in two different directions. Remember the association with Pisces earlier that we were talking about, the number 19, right? We cannot stress this enough. The letter Kof that we were talking about with the associations with the enneagram and the subtle, here we're seeing the symbolism talking to us again, like we were talking about earlier when we were talking about the other goddesses. And the Adar, it represents the final month, and that is the Adar. It's the second Adar, right? And this is what you were talking about, the Purim, right? But when we go a little deeper, there's the two Adars, the two Adars. And I think, this is the leap year which the 13 months is in, right? And so they add in an extra month called Adar, right? And the holiday of Purim is celebrated on the 14th day of Adar too. It commemorates an ancient story with Queen Esther and her cousin Mordecai outwitting Haman. And this is one of the Persian kings. This is the Atraxis, right? And so we can see that the Adar month is deeply connected with serpents and royalty, right? So there's this connection with bloodlines that come from that Persian king through the queen, because her bloodline became the king's that was carrying his seed in her. Are you following what I'm saying? And so this connects to bloodlines that connect to that ancient Persian king, and the symbolisms, once again, the defeating of the adversary, right? And once again, a primordial serpent, right, was defeated. That's the same story we're looking at when we're looking at the Vedic story. The primordial serpent that was stopping the flow of energy and everything. So this is like really, really, really interesting. And here we see it relating to the constellation of Pisces, the fish, like I was talking about, right? And in the ancient Babylonian and Middle Eastern astral traditions, the imagery of the fish and the serpents often intertwine, right? So that gives us that connection, what I was talking about when I was talking about the Pisces connection and how that relates to the astrological relationship and the tarot expression of this with the expressive number and the mystical numbers, which is expressed by the Hebrew letter and the tarot card that relates to that, which is the card for Pisces, which is the card for. This is how you can tell that we've got the correct associations for the tarot. Does that make sense? Because it tallies up with all of these myths and is universal. And there's one more little piece of information as well that I don't know if I've got here. I hope I have. They tell the story about this insignia that was worn. And the insignia was because of the defeat of this Persian king that became an insignia that was worn by the royalty. So this insignia goes back to ancient Egypt and is expressed in the Jewish lines, is expressed in the Celtic, and is expressed in the Vedic. I think, the more you dig, the more you're going to find. And I bet you the Chinese story, which I don't have access to right now because I don't know it, I bet you it's going to be the same story.
Yeah, it also brings to mind the story of Apep that battled with either Ra or Osiris. And there's the defeating of the adversary involved in that. Now, they never worshipped Apep, but it was like a challenge that was through going through the underworld. They had to overcome Apep to be able to rise again as the sun. Now, there's a story where the sun god goes into the underworld and battles the adversary and then reemerges after having become victorious. So that's kind of a common theme that ties in with a lot of things as well. And Apep is later referred to in the Greek legends, I believe, as Apophis, who I think Apophis battled with maybe Hercules. I'm not really certain exactly what figure it was, but I do believe it was Hercules. But I'm not certain about that. I might have to look into it, just double check.
Yeah, the serpent thing is kind of interesting because it's you're seeing how every single culture has a myth about sort of overcoming a serpent. And I was sort of while you guys were talking, I'm just kind of Googling, what do, serpents ultimately represent? Why are they so revered and worshipped? There's several things. One, they shed their skin, which is a symbol of renewal and immortality. Then there's the aspect that they tend to live underground. So there's that underworld kind of connection. But I think overall, what you really look at when you look at the serpent, you see what the serpent represents kind of spiritually. And I think in a lot of ways, it represents kind of more of that ancient pagan kind of magical tradition about cycles, renewal, going into the underworld and central. And it's interesting that in a lot of ways, when you see these cultures having these myths about slaying serpents, it essentially seems to always kind of coincide with a new religion taking over, in the sense of Christianity or any of the other various faiths. So if anything, the slaying of the serpent is in a way sort of an emblematic of man abandoning nature and embracing civilization. Because if anything, the serpent is kind of a representation of primordial nature. And the mythology is basically saying man is triumphing over primordial nature. So I think in a lot of ways, that's what a lot of these serpent myths seem to coincide with on a psychological level.
Yeah, and the snake is associated with danger in the fallen patriarchal later on society. But initially, the snake in ancient times was associated with wisdom and spiritual rebirth, being that the snake would shed its skin and come into its second skin, which was a representation of the alchemistic process of overcoming the inner dragon, which was the ego. And by overcoming the ego, one would then be able to gain power over it instead of being ruled by the ego, to then be able to shed that second skin and be spiritually reborn as fully integrated and fully healed within. to be able to have overcome the detriments of being ruled by the ego, which is the idea of like the external self, which is how one presents themselves to others in the world, as opposed to how one sees oneself from within in their heart space. So in alchemy, like through this process of self-mastery, the objective is to no longer worry about how others are perceiving you, because the fear of being judged and carrying shame or guilt is relieved through self-mastery of offering oneself self-forgiveness and self-love. And at that point, the worry about being judged or shamed or brought to feel guilt by others no longer becomes an issue. And so the individual is of integrity and able to use the self-love and gratitude and forgiveness within their heart to then see others through the light through which they are now discovering to be able to see themselves. So through that transformation and transmutation, the darkness from within, the inner turmoil that one used to carry with them and blame other people for their problems by giving their power away through projection, by pointing fingers at other people and blaming them for one's own personal struggles within their heart. Basically, this ties in with like the psychopomp rites of Ma'at in the underworld, where people would be judged and have their heart weighed against a feather on the scale carried by Anubis, because basically they were suggesting that if you lived a light-hearted life where you didn't carry heavy burdens in your heart and you had that weight lifted from your chest by relieving yourself of those burdens of guilt and shame that you had carried with you, and then projecting through resentment and blame and shame through toxic phase, then one can go through the initiation of self-mastery, requiring one to go through the dark night of the soul. So through going through the dark night of the soul, this is where the battle is done with the dark adversary of the serpent or dragon within, that's now known today as the ego. And overcoming that battle against the serpent within, it doesn't completely slay the inner dragon. The ego never dies. The ego is just overpowered and put into the passenger seat, taken out of the driver's seat, so to speak. So when the ego is put in its place and made to be secondary, that's when the person becomes alleviated from the burden of the delusion of separation from within. Their inner self and their external self become united as one, just as their inner child that had been suppressed becomes integrated with the individual that had made it through the social contracts and had suppressed that inner child to develop a self that was oriented towards projecting oneself as basically like a servant of the society or their community. So like in modern day, for example, people will say, what do you do, or who are you? Oh, my name is this, and this is what I do for my community. This is my profession. This is like an external self identity, whereas the internal self is not mentioned in this kind of conversation. But when one's been able to go through self-mastery, one would then be able to integrate the inner self with that external self and say, oh, this is what I do for my community, but my passions include this, that, and the other thing. These are the things that I am in service of my deeper calling to bring to my community, not because I'm being paid to do this. It's my service or slave role, but basically this is the offerings that I have available from the compassion of my heart, from having found the love and forgiveness for myself that I'm now able to provide to others. And it's kind of a 180-degree flip from the slave role identity and workings, in which one is basically put into a themed world of competition and seeking riches and power through stepping on the heads of others, getting ahead by overcoming others and surpassing them and whatnot through egoistic thinking in a fallen society of basically slave mentality. So in order to overcome this slave mentality is done by battling the serpent within and being able to then shed that second skin and provide to the world around you not only the spiritually reborn version of yourself, but also carry with you like the rattle of the rattlesnake and like the fangs of protection, that no longer can you be controlled through fear conditioning, because you now have the power of the venom of the truth, the venom of the enlightenment within, that is now making you invulnerable to being able to be controlled by fear and guilt and shame. And so that you become a force to be reckoned with by shedding that first skin and embodying the second skin. So there's a lot of themes here that go on to involve the serpent in different connotations, where there's the inner dragon or ego, which is considered to be negative. But then there's also the snake of wisdom and protection and shedding of the initial skin of the ego to reveal the second skin, which is a snake connotation of wisdom and truth and compassion, to be able to offer salvation to others by directing them towards self-mastery, offering the guidance that one had gained from their own experience to provide to others to heal themselves. But the work is ultimately done by each individual through their own self-mastery work. Although once one has been able to achieve this self-mastery, then they can point others in the direction of the door through which they must enter as a portal for their own personal works, to be able to gain their salvation from the fear conditioning they had been brought through and the delusions of separation that they had been engaged in. The delusion begins with the separation from the inner self or the inner child, but then it plays out to divide each individual in society from each other and all of humanity from Mother Nature. So ultimately, through integrating the inner self or inner child with the self that is seen on the external world, one then becomes able to integrate the collective and integrate that collective with Mother Nature, which is something they've been trying to push down, especially in modern day society with all of these distractions. There's so many video games, ways to play music, watch movies, shows, videos, all types of audio books that people listen to, anything that where people are gobbling up this information from not within their hearts. They're not in the deep solitude of their focus and awareness of the divine within their heart by speaking to the inner voice in the deep silence when you're having these distractions on your devices. Or even before there were the devices, there were books. And so people would be able to run away from themselves by opening the book and writing of someone else. And so it was said that Thoth was warned by Ptah, the wise elder god, that when he created written language, that there could be many damages that could come from creating a written language, because the words that you want to be used for people to share truths can also be turned on the people, and those words can be used to carry lies. So it seems like there was, in the golden matriarchal age, there was kind of a guard against being able to create a written language potentially, which is why there's no real written record, and it was carried forth through maybe oral traditions, because the idea of like speaking with somebody in a dialogue is more of an interactive discussion, and interaction is like more of a dynamic experience than just sitting there and reading the words of somebody that's not there to answer any questions for clarity that one might have. You're just supposed to read from the words and discern what you can from your understanding without being able to ask for clarification or have a deeper discussion. And I feel like there's a big difference between being in the deep solitude, in the silence, to be able to reflect on what are some consider to be the intrusive thoughts of inner turmoil. Like basically, when you stop playing all this music, when you stop playing all this device movies or shows or audiobooks or whatever it is, when you stop reading books of somebody else's writing, and then you start to write your own words, you start to write your own poetry, you start to reflect on the experiences of your life. Oftentimes, the things that are going to come creeping in is like regrets that you might have had, or resentments, or anxiety about the future, or depression about regrets from the past. Those things are trying to come to your forefront of your mind when you're in solitude, in the deep silence, because this is an opportunity, a golden opportunity where emotional triggers are coming to the forefront of your mind to be restoried. So when somebody tries to push away these intrusive thoughts and says, I need to stop thinking about that, it's distressing me, they're giving away their power to re-examine how things went and come up with a different attitude of how it's received. So if one were to say, oh, like, I made the worst decision in this one situation, I don't want to think about it anymore, they're not using the golden opportunity to restory how they're interpreting their previous event in their life, which is the past and future that we imagine is really just part of the imagination. And so through the imagination, we can then see the way things played out in a different way. One of the ways in which I like to use to be able to restory or reinterpret inner turmoil that creeps in through intrusive thoughts is to use it as learning from your mistakes and being grateful for having been strengthened by those experiences through blessings in disguise, rather. So through seeing these things as a blessing in disguise, maybe like one initially said, oh, this was like a terrible experience I don't want to think about anymore. Then they're thinking to themselves and changing that story to, that was an experience that was meaningful to me. That experience allowed me to learn that I must choose to do the right thing when I had chosen to do the wrong thing then. And I have now developed the discernment to understand what is right and wrong from having made those mistakes, gone through the trials and tribulations with which I had been able to endure, that strengthened me for future battles that I'm going to be able to uphold. And basically, a lot of this has also to do with the fact that in ancient universal laws, it was said that everything is made from vibration in mind, and that matter is secondary. And so we've been taught to think that things are fixed. The past has been fixed and it happened a certain way. And there's no way to rework how things had gone down. But through our imagination, we can change how we experience the past. We can change how we view the future. And one of the ways we can embark on shifting the vibration is, instead of saying things like, I want to become rich, or I'm going to become rich, or I'm going to manifest to become rich, through that is an underlying doubt and desire for wanting something that you're expressing the lack of. So if you say you want to become something in the future, you're saying that you don't have it now. But if you tell yourself instead, I already have what I used to desire and seek, the journey is over. I no longer have to seek those things that I used to strive for and feel the lack of. And by doing this, when you tell yourself the disease or condition that I used to have is already healed, it is done, and so it is, you're no longer looking towards a future where changes have to happen at a later date. You're looking at a present moment in which you live, in which the past is now behind you, and the condition or affliction or inner turmoil that you used to carry is now a thing of the past. And through this envisionment of seeing things as behind you now, as as a reward for shifting your experiences and your interpretations, you're now seeing things in such a way that you're empowered and you're enriched through your imagination and through shifting the vibrations in the present moment towards seeing a brighter future for yourself that no longer struggles with a striving for change in the future that has to be undertaken. It's now a thing where you're allowing yourself to shift through into like a quantum leap, where you might not only be shifting into a place of inner peace, but you might even be shifting into a place where those things that you used to carry with you are no longer even part of your past at this point. Once you envision in your subconscious mind that those things no longer exist, you're not carrying them anymore. And so they've been stricken from ever really having existed, because you're now envisioning a world where you're free from those burdens that you used to carry along. So this whole process is part of my life work that I try to share with people as Jungian shadow work. That was initially part of the process of alchemy through the coniunto, where it's the conjunction of the poles, where there are extremes. We then can bring ourselves into the triune aspect and integrate those two extremes into the central pole. And so the two extremes keep us divided when we have to choose male or female subtle principles. But when we integrate the male and female or masculine and feminine subtle principles inside of our heart space, we then contain both sides of the extremes integrated together as one, no longer having to go back and forth as some kind of a value or devaluation where one's good and one's bad. It's now using the bad and the good together in a constructive means of the triune aspect. So this is kind of part of not only alchemy and shadow work, but also Masonic wisdom. That's represented by Boaz and Joachim, pillars that are integrated from the sun and moon pillars of the masculine and feminine respectively into the integrated rebus, or unified self, that is often portrayed as a dragon and sometimes a lion. The green lion in alchemy is representative of a new experience, something that you're going to be on the beginning stages of. Whereas later on, when you get to a serpent stage, oftentimes the dragon or the rebus is a stage in which the unification has already been made, and you're now beyond the separation of just being a man or a woman. Now you're like a unified, sacred, divine being that's embodied by the power of the dragon or the serpent in the positive connotation. And of course, we have the caduceus staff over here in this image, and this shows the Ida and the Pingala of the chakra system, or the two intertwining snakes of the sun and moon, or masculine and feminine, upon the tree of life. That was first used by Ningshita of Mesopotamia, who was also portrayed as having a serpent on each of his shoulders. And so the serpents on each of his shoulders were unified because his head was in the middle. And so it's like he has the angel on one shoulder and the demon on the other. And they're able to come to agreement by coming to be one, as the head being the master to rule, as to whether they can use those inputs from each side of the poles to be able to use them for their own constructive means. And later on, we had Thoth being shown to have carried a caduceus staff, which was a more simplified version of the two Uraeus serpents that are shown on the headdress of the Cometians. And there were oftentimes two different cobras on the Uraeus, and sometimes those were portrayed on the staff of Thoth.
Yeah, man, I think that's like really a good place to bring it in. This is like the serpent wisdom of these two different principles, right? And I think it's a big part of what cosmic you were sort of talking about earlier. You know, the shedding of the snake represents what the snake was before, what the snake will be, and the process of the snake becoming what the snake will be after what it was before. So there we have the triune elements that you were talking about, and we have that process of transformation that represents these three aspects. And this particular caduceus that I found that I love is really beautiful because you can actually see that it represents having three spheres, right? There's a little sphere at the bottom, there's a sphere at the above, although I don't think that these three spheres are correct spheres. I think they've just randomly put them together. I think if you wanted to have the correct three spheres, they should be related to the phi, right? They should be a ratio of phi. And this is also what is the Om, the Tat, and the Sat. As the Om, Tat, Sat is subtly reflected within the three elements of the Om. That's why you have in the Om, you have the symbol which looks like a 3 with another crescent on it, which is actually 3 crescents. And I think if you're going to draw the owl properly, right, then, which is the R, that's the release of the breath, then if you're going to draw it properly, you would draw one crescent, then you would draw another crescent bigger than the first crescent, and then you would draw a third crescent bigger than that. Can you see how it's almost like the Celtic spiral? But the first crescent is smaller, the second crescent is bigger, and the third crescent is the big bottom crescent. Now, from my mind, the correct way to draw that arm would be to have a ratio of pi, right? Where the scale of the first 2 crescents are equal to the scale of the third crescent. Let me show you an arm here so we can arm. Let's get a picture here. So images. Let's see if I can find one that is drawn to what I consider to be correct scale. You'll see we've got all these popularized alms here, which to me, it's incredible how they've all been so standardized. But when you're in India, you see a lot of different kinds of alms, right? And I find that really interesting, especially when you look at the, oh, yeah, we go. Here's a really pretty one. I think this one is closer to what it should be from my perspective, just as an idea. Does that make sense to you guys? Can you see where I'm going with this? Right? So you've got one crescent. They've turned them into spirals, but they're supposed to be crescents. You've got one small crescent at the top. Then you've got another crescent behind. Now, the scale isn't quite right, but you should have a bigger scale crescent at the back, and the bigger scale crescent at the back plus the scale crescent in the front should be equal to the biggest scale crescent at the bottom. Then you would have the 3 principles of phi, right? Which I think is such a beautiful thing that you could represent the Om in such a perfect symmetry. And then you have the final crescent at the top. Now, the final crescent at the top, I believe, is the biggest crescent, which is why you only see a small part of the crescent like that, because the scale, the crescent at the top would be equal to the scale of the crescent at the bottom and the crescent on the right-hand side to make an even bigger crescent. But you're only seeing the bottom of the crescent that looks like a moon, which is the second part of the Om. So the first part would traditionally be blue. That's the 3 crescents. Then the next extra large crescent that I think should be in ratio with phi. And this is how I've seen the people draw it in the Himalayas, by the way. They draw this massive moon at the top, right? With a little dot above it. And the scale, I've often looked at it and gone, wow, the way you're drawing it sort of makes my mind think about phi. And and then you've got the dot at the top that represents the vibration. So you've got the ah, the oo, and the aum. And this would traditionally be blue, the three crescents. Then the crescent at the top would traditionally be yellow, and the dot would traditionally be red. And that red dot, the is the emanation of the aum, and the yellow crescent is the emanation of the tat, and the three spirals is the emanation of the sat. So you can see how the aum tat sat is sort of engineered into itself, bringing the scale of 3 into the scale of 9 for the enneagram, so that then becomes an expression of the enneagram, because it's carrying these three potentials that are repeated in the same way that these three triangles, the yellow triangle, the red triangle, and the blue triangle, are repeating these three principles as they rotate around the sphere, producing 9 potentials. And each of those 1 potentials, you could say, relates to one of those physical elements that we've just described. So it's quite interesting when you start to sort of, to break these things down. I think we're getting close to the end of the show. And dang, I screwed it up. Can I say bye, everybody? Cosmic, can we say bye within the next 2 seconds? Oh,
Bye.
damn. Really. I'm not going to be quick enough. Oh, no, forget it. I missed it. Missed the window of opportunity. Because if it's under 4 hours, I can do much more with the stream. It's gone over 4 hours. What can we do? We're still here. So what do you guys have last ideas you want to throw on the table since we are here? And I lost track of time. And any last ideas you guys want to throw on? Because I think we've looked at like the nature of cycles, and I think the serpent is probably the best symbol for cycles, because the serpent eating its tail is the Ouroboros, and that Ouroboros of the serpent eating its tail is the astrological wheel. That is the macrocosmic wheel that we're looking at when we look up at the stars, and that has been created literally by the 12 signs of the zodiac, where Leo and Cancer become the head and the tail, expressing the thanks, Tom. I'm glad you're enjoying it, brother. Yeah, I think it's like it's been an exciting conversation for me as well. So yeah. Before we jump ship, what do you guys have to throw on the table? Last 10-15 minutes, if you guys have more.
Yeah, I got some stuff. I wanted to mention that through harmonic coherence of the spirit, we gain a self-mastery that is able to project out about 15 meters away through our toroidal heart space out into the world around us to influence others in our proximity. Through coherence, we're able to raise and lift the consciousness of others subconsciously just by being in their presence, after having ascended the spirit of the individual that is putting out these higher vibrations. They can, through coherence, actually make that heart field to be even more extended than the typical 15-meter range that it usually takes effect on. So if somebody is at a lower vibration, they'll influence people up to 15 meters around them to like lower their vibrations as well, because they're going to be bringing everybody down with them. Whereas when you raise your coherence, you can influence people up to 15 meters around you, and maybe potentially more, depending on how much your higher consciousness has ascended. So that can go out for potentially like hundreds of kilometers, according to I think it was like the Stargate research of the CIA in binaural beats. They're able to see that. But basically, the idea of doubt blocks the heart coherence. So when you're able to overcome doubt and put yourself into a state of gratitude, gratitude generates oxytocin, dopamine, and serotonin. Just through the shift from focusing on problems in the past or the future or in the present to thinking of solutions, of being grateful for things that had happened, things that are here now, and the things to come. Your spirit and body and emotional body make a shift into coherence through that process that allows you to lift your consciousness and overcome the burdens that you used to carry, and then help relieve others of their burdens as well. So that's powerful teachings that I was able to retrieve earlier. And also, there's the idea of the I am me social science that suggests that the I is the internal identity or self associated with the sun sign, and the I is the self that one sees themselves as when they're in solitude, whereas the me is the external identity associated with the rising sign in astrology, that is the self seen by others. So in the I and me social science theory, they suggest that through the integration of basically how one sees oneself and how one is portraying themselves to others, and the interplay between the checking of the inner self with the learning of lessons from influences by other people. Basically, what happens is the me has to have run things by the I first before it can be concretized into something that's going to be an ascension. So, like if people have told you one thing about yourself, oh, I need to do this differently, it'll be better for everybody, but then you have to check with the internal self first, which kind of is part of the aspect of the ego, where your ego protects you from jumping into change that could become detrimental by accident. So even though other people told you that such a certain way of changing for yourself would be good, you have to run it through and let it surpass your inner self, so that you can then allow yourself to make the changes that were shown to be something that are going to be beneficial for you, by double checking with your intuition as to whether those things really truly will be beneficial. Once the I has certified those changes as being deemable, then the me can then use those changes to become the future self and unfold to become a greater self than the ego would have ever let anyone become, because they would have kept the person in a toxic comfort zone where they were unwilling to ever change. So through the interplay of using the feedback you get from other people in your world, and through choosing to discern in your solitude as to whether that feedback is worthwhile to be able to embark upon, you can then gain self-mastery and overcome through transcending the doubts that used to keep you caged into your own inner turmoil, and then escape them and bring yourself into your salvation and ascension. Also, I wanted to mention finally that it was told to me that the great mother spider, who is said to have brought wisdom and language to the Cherokee people during their time when they were brought into the underworld to be saved through a cataclysm on the surface, that the great spider mother is the weaver of dreams. And through self-love, we can be brought to be able to experience life and carried on the web of life. But through not having self-love, we will be tangled up in the web of life to our own detriment. But the key to our freedom through the great mother spider is to find gratitude and love and forgiveness in our heart space for ourselves, so that we can then use that as our way to share with others and to relate with others through that light energy of love. And with that light energy of love, it's attractive, whereas the previous energies of turmoil and darkness are repulsive. So when you try to use repulsive energies in your heart space, it makes things become more and more challenging the more you try to reach out to other people. Whereas when you find that light space of love and forgiveness and gratitude in your heart space, it makes you attracting to other people because you're not using judgment anymore, because you stop judging yourself. Now you no longer have to judge others. So then you're welcoming them in to a warm place of strength and light and love that you've shown that you've been able to heal yourself with, and that you can offer them guidance to heal themselves with. And finally, there's the beaver, who is the builder of dreams. Oh, go ahead, Franklin.
No, I just remembered. I was going to ask you what it was, but carry on. I've made a mental note. It's got the word doubt, but please continue.
And just basically the beaver is the builder of dreams, whereas the spider mother is the weaver of dreams, in the sense that the beaver will now build a foundation based on the self-rectification. So once the self has been rectified, you then can create a shelter, not only for yourself, but for your community, that will shelter them from the detriments of their own inner turmoil and challenges within. So you're going to create a higher place in which people can be protected from the detriments of their own inner workings of the delusion of separation, or attacking the self by blaming others and giving your power away. Now you're taking responsibility back, changing yourself, and now instead of attacking others for your own problems, you're now reaching out to others to help offer guidance to help them heal themselves and guide them to the door of self-mastery. And through that, the builder of dreams is creating the platform through which that can happen.
I guess I had a few more things I kind of wanted to tie together with this talk in terms of cycles. But my understanding of time has sort of changed throughout my occult journey. But I think, I'm at a point now where I don't think time has any discernible beginning point whatsoever. But I wouldn't have been able to got to that understanding if I didn't first understand cyclical time. Because I think in Western society, we're mostly taught to think of time as being linear. There's the Big Bang. Then there's the heat death of the universe, or likewise, God created, heaven, earth 6,000 years ago, and then Revelations is going to happen. But I've been thinking about, why is it important to think about time as not having a beginning? Because I think about every story has a beginning point to it. And one of the things that I think the elites really try to do, whatever you want to call them, the elites, the evil, I just think of them as psychopaths, whatever you want to call them, is that they try to lock you into a story. In the sense, it's they write a book, they make you a character in that book without your consent, and now you're part of that story. And I think that believing that time has some kind of beginning, makes us think, oh, there must be some beginning to this story. But I think thinking beyond stories, which the Fae really refer to as the first level of Keyser facts, is it's it gives you your mind and imagination a freedom that it's never really had before. And not just a freedom to understand the universe, but also to understand yourself, Indy is talking about. And I think my work has always been about getting to a primordial natural place where you judge yourself, not just outside of the confines of your ego, but also outside of the confines of humanity itself, outside of the confines of human culture, and just in that pure natural, plant-based, animal-based space. And you just see yourself, from that lens. And I think from that place, the imagination can truly thrive. And it's honestly where I feel like I have the freedom to develop this face system I've been working on, that sort of primordial openness, because I feel like one of the things I've noticed is that beliefs really do shape reality. And it's not so much that whether you believe something, you guys have your different beliefs on, in the cult, on what's real and what's not, what God and association, whatever. But what I'm saying is even if so think about you guys have an understanding of how the astrological planets work and how they affect people and how they correspond and whatever. And you're talking about how the new age people are coming up with these kind of, weird, nonsensical, understandings of astrology that don't really line up with what the ancients are saying. Is what I'm saying is that incorrect version of astrology is then what manifests into their life. It becomes real. And so the idea is, it's like, because when it comes to like belief system, I think a lot of ways there's always people out there who are trying to kind of like put you into their belief system, whether it's like some kind of evangelical preacher, some skeptic online that's telling you that like, the afterlife isn't real or something like that, trying to get you, into their world. So I think that's why it's important to think about cycles, because I think in our current modern age, we really don't think of time as cyclical. We think of time as being point A to point B. We're going to get to the future and we're sort of being pulled from the past or whatever like that. And that linear trajectory keeps us locked, like being trapped on a train or a train cart, and you can't get off the train. And so by thinking of cyclical time as a way to sort of jump off the train of linear time and sort of go back into the field or whatever. So I think that's like one of the reasons why, like, even though when I think about cyclical time, I think about like multiple cycles, like each cycle being its own circle, and then there being circles outside of the cycle. So there's cycles of time outside of our cycles of time. But regardless, it's a better place than just simple, plain old linear time, because at least cyclical time gives you sort of the space to kind of understand yourself in the universe that doesn't feel bogged down by the zeitgeist and the collective human delusion. So I think it's important that we think about like time being more cyclical, So yeah.
I just wanted to show you guys something that I thought was quite cute. I thought it was really, really, really cute. So Indy was talking about doubting. And I think he mentioned Chinese somewhere along the line. If you didn't mention it, I thought it. You did mention it, am I right? And so it made me start getting to think about, okay, well, that's quite interesting. I love to play with sounds. And so the ting, right? Ting is to stop or to halt. That's like really what we're talking about when we're looking at Chinese, right? The one part of on the left is a human being, and the other part represents a pavilion. It's a place where you stop and rest. So words that you will see is like ting zahi. I hope I'm saying it right. Ting zi. I think it's ting zi. Check me, I'm probably wrong. That means to stop or to cease. Ting che. That might mean to park a car. I've probably said something about someone's mother. Anyway, zan. I think that must start high and go low. Zan, ting, zan, ting. To pause, to suspend. That sounded right, eh? Zan, ting. Like to pause or suspend, right? It can mean to listen, which is interesting. With an alternative meaning. Okay. And then I thought, well, that's quite interesting, right? Because let's go here first. Now we look at the word Tao, right? So Tao obviously relates to the path or the way, but it relates to the flowing of a river, right? So when we put the word ting onto a car, it means to park the car. When we put the word ting onto a z, it means to stop. When we put the word ting onto zan, it means to suspend or to pause. I just couldn't help noticing that really interesting little interplay of sound and acoustics of how we then have the Tao, which represents the flow of energy that you experience the energy, the path that energy takes when it flows through the path, and how humans are on the path, right? The universal path, the path of energy, the flow of nature, right? Represents the Tao. So then we could take that to mean, like, if you combine the Tao and the Ting, right? It's an interesting concept, isn't it? You could see how that could relate to the Tao is the road, the way, the flow of energy, right? Of life force. And Ting means to stop or to pause or to park the flow of life force, right? So when you are Tao Ting, you are literally parking or stopping the flow of the Tao, of the life force flowing through you, which is the flowing path of energy moving through nature. I just thought that was quite cute as a little as a wrap up little let's leave a cute spot to end the show with. Like, even like, I don't know nothing. No, I know less than nothing about the Chinese language, I'll be honest with you. Like, but I just noticed that was cute. The word doubting in Chinese is like literally to stop the flow of life force. You can't make this up, can you? Like, you
That's
literally can't make this.
I love that.
Hey.
Tao Ting.
Tao Ting, yeah. Like, you want that Tao to flow. So stop tinging your Tao. Ting is when you park that Tao and you stop the flow. Don't stop the flow. Let it flow, man. Doubting is just it's a dirty habit. And we should try and avoid it as much as possible. But yeah, sending you all so much love, big blessings, peace, honor, and respect. Hope you guys take it easy and enjoy. And yeah, don't forget to smile, because when you smile, right, these muscles contract here and they pull these bones towards each other, and they make a little bit of a pressure in the head, right? They contract 2 points because these muscles go back and they go down and they go up, right? So they're pulling and putting a gentle massaging pressure on your pituitary and your pineal glands. Just check it out, dude. So you're getting a good melatonin. Melatonin. Yeah, you're getting a good melatonin hit. You're getting a good serotonin hit. You're getting all the good stuff that's going to get the dopamine flowing and get your energies flowing, your chi flowing. In fact, it's a big part of Taoist alchemy is the technique of the inner smile. And the inner smile is when you get a smile in your eyes. And they literally practice learning to smile with their eyes. And then they direct the smile inside their energy body. You see, it's like this. Do it. You'll feel movement in your body. You'll feel a lot of energy. And then you can direct that with your inner eye towards organs. And that can replenish your chi. So check it out. Don't forget to smile. Om Namah Shivaya, everybody, take it easy. Literally, when I'm always telling you guys to smile, you need to think about what that means, like this real occult knowledge hidden behind the smile. And the more you smile, the more energy you have. And the beautiful thing about a smile is that it gives other people energy. So the more energy you have, the more energy you give, the more energy you get. And it's not just you that's scoring out on the deal. Everybody who sees your smile, they're getting energy too. Some people, when you smile at them, they look away like, whoa, you're smiling at me. Those people that just can't handle the energy. It's like, I don't want that energy. Other people, you look at them and they smile and they go like, oh. Especially if you walk past someone who's looking sad and you smile at them and you see their whole face change. And they'll smile back. Like you can literally change someone's day. I think you can change someone's life with a smile. Like someone was really pissed off and they were going to do something that was going to affect their whole life badly. And at that one moment, you smiled at them, and in that moment, they lightened up and they thought, no, you know what? I'm not going to do that. Maybe they were going to go home and have an argument with their husband or their wife, or they were going to go and cause trouble with their boss, whatever. And they were going to like get sacked, or they were going to lose a relationship, or they were going to do something with their child, or like reprimand their child for doing something that their child didn't do. I see my son's mother doing that to him all the time. She doesn't respect him. She doesn't sit down and talk to him and figure out, accuses him of lying when he isn't. And that can make a child want to turn nasty. And he turns nasty to her. Then she shouts and screams and tries to blame it on me. And then he tells her, no, it's got nothing to do with Dad, Mom. It's because you're always shouting and screaming and you're always mean. I'm like, dude, I don't want to get involved here, but he's right. You got to listen to him. Your son is talking to you. He's trying to explain something to you. I'm not going to be like in this, But so, there's something powerful in a smile that can, in that one moment, change a decision someone was about to make. And that decision can change their whole life for the better or the worse. So next time you walk down the road and you're frowning, realize you're screwing up other people's lives. Take bloody responsibility for your frowns. And if you're going to frown, go and lock yourself up in the bloody bathroom and frown on your own. Don't ever walk around in the streets frowning at people, because people don't deserve that. They've done nothing to you. Who the hell do you think you are to walk around frowning at people when you could be smiling? Anyway, that's the Bush Whisperers reprimand for anybody who thinks they have the bloody right to walk around frowning at people. I'll be the one giggling at you. If you see someone frowning and you smile at them and you giggle, they're like, is he giggling at me? It's like, yeah, you're frowning, dude. People don't always get it, but I think they get home and they get the joke. It's like a delayed thing, and they go, oh, right, he's giggling at me because of my face. Like, oh. Anyway, big love and blessings to all of you. Take it easy. Keep it sweet. It's been an honor, Cosmic, and I hope you're well. And of course, Indy, and everybody in the chat that's been hanging with us. Big love, big blessings to all of you. Keep it real, keep it sweet, and Om Namah Shivaya.
Blessed be.
Blessed be.
Yep.
Give me a moment. I think I know what I'm doing. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, I've got to click.